Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome in an exceptionally hot Brussels, experiencing our, bout of climate change weather. My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I'm Chief Operating Officer and Chief Spokesperson for Friends of Europe. Give great pleasure to be moderating a series of sessions today. I'm standing in, unfortunately, one of our senior fellows has, fallen sick, so I'm standing in for him. He was Chris Kremidas, who was meant to be doing many of the sessions today, and unfortunately, he's not able to be with us. However, I shall see what I can do in his stead. I also want to welcome, this is the first time we are doing this summit, which some of you who've been here as regular attenders will know that this is the first time that we have colleagues in Vilnius. We're doing this simultaneously with people in Lithuania. We have an audience there, so very warm welcome to all of you also there. This is an opportunity for us to connect, if you like, two cities, two countries in different ways, but also enlarge our audience, but get a different sense, if you like, or a better sense of the security environment and the temperature and the sense of feeling that's out there, both locally in the area nearer to in the east and here in Brussels. So we have an interesting audience of folk from the both public, private and voluntary sector, civil society, and a smattering of students. So a very warm welcome to you. We're very pleased that we're doing this in partnership with the International Research and Political Institute based in Vilnius. So thank you, Political Science Institute. So thank you for partnering with us. They're over there. As you can see, possibly, I'm not sure you can see the picture. There's no one on that panel at the moment, which looks rather worrying to me, but never mind. However, let's see what happens in a moment or two. It gives me the greatest pleasure that our scene setter today is someone who has been in the field, in the area of peace, security, defence for a very long time, and is very, I suppose, ensconced and knowledgeable of what the current environment holds for us. Ambassador Braže, who has very kindly agreed to share her thoughts about where we find ourselves in the context of Ukraine, where we now have almost, before we know it will be the second year. Let's hope not. But we see that the fight continues. It ebbs and flows, depending on, who's getting the armaments quickly in time and who's actually nearest in terms of European support, if you like. And in terms of what is happening on the ground, in terms of fatigue in Ukraine, but also the strength of Russia and its supporters elsewhere in the world. So, great opportunity for Ambassador to give us her reflections on the new security normal, if we can call it that, in the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Brussels. Labas rytas, Vilnius. Good to know that you are also there, awake and ready to welcome the whole of NATO, and not only NATO, but also partners in just 3 weeks. And thank you for being such a great host country, Lithuania. On the way to Vilnius summit, I will outline what are the main lines of effort at NATO currently, and also what outcomes are we looking forward to. So, first of all, it's important to understand that the big adaptation for the NATO didn't start last year. It started in 2014 with the first invasion of Russia into Ukraine. So that was the trigger, and there have been quite a number of milestones to get where we are now. It was accelerated by the second invasion and the brutal war Russia is waging against Ukraine. So the main milestones that we could have seen are the new NATO military strategies that was adopted in 2019, which is now being implemented through a set of other documents, such as deterrence and defense concept in Euro-Atlantic area, and such as the current work strand, which is around strengthening again the deterrence and defense posture in very practical ways, meaning new regional plans, so the implementation of the big strategy through the new domain plans, regional plans, new force structure, command control, the ability to deploy, reinforce NATO's forces where it's needed across all domains with proper logistics support, enablement, which means also much wider role for the private sector, civil society, and the whole resilience aspect of the defense operations. Again, NATO is the alliance for peace. So all our posture is a defensive posture. So there is nothing that is aggressive, there is nothing, that justifies Russian propaganda, that it's, anti-Russian or very much about NATO being some type of aggressive posture. It's all defense posture, it's deterrence. Deterrence is a resolve and capability demonstration. That's what you see, what NATO tells, what we do, what we communicate, and that's our main mission. To be there for the 1 billion citizens of the alliance, to ensure the peace and security that we have had for 74 years, that it continues also in the future. So that is one big element of what we are working on. Of course, it also requires a new ability to implement those plans, which means that the defense spending has to be there. So the new defense investment pledge, the ones that we know from the Wales summit in 2004, provided 2% as an ambition that should be implemented. Now 2%, we are aiming to 2% as a minimum to make sure that there is not only the plans and the concept in place, but actually that the countries can deliver, that they have those defense forces, that they have those capabilities to make sure that the plans and the concept is implemented. Also, additional attention to the defense industry. So defense production action plan that is being discussed, increased networking, increased dialogue with the industries. The industry has got that signal that there is increased requirements from the defense forces across the alliance. So the production has been stepped up, shifts increased. There is currently at the defense ministers meeting just last week, the ministers agreed new targets for the battle decisive munitions. So again, there is a whole sort of wider angle to the deterrence and defense posture and strengthening of deterrence defense. Second big block we are working on is support to Ukraine. So support to Ukraine, which is, again, very much across all the work strands that NATO does. Increased intelligence cooperation to make sure that situational awareness is there, not only for ourselves, but the understanding of the overall situation, what is happening. And that has been going on, as I said, that also significantly changed after 2014, and that forms the understanding why allies last year at the discussion on the strategic concept were able to clearly say that Russia is a threat to Euro-Atlantic security and to the allies' security, and terrorism as the most significant asymmetric threat. So two main threats. So through that intelligence sharing, through that much more direct exchange and understanding among the services, among the countries that was done via NATO, we reached very clear understanding among the leaders what is the threat and what does it mean. The strategic concept also provides that Ukraine has a central role, democratic, independent Ukraine has a central role in Euro-Atlantic security. So, and it's an important statement. So that connects what we do as NATO, as a defensive alliance, which recognizes that Russia is a main threat. And that's why there is a basis to provide support for Ukraine. Article 51 of the UN Charter provides for the right of self-defense, and our work within NATO provides very clear understanding how we do that. Lethal aid is coordinated outside NATO. So more than 50 countries meet in what you know as Rammstein Group. And non-lethal aid, we do a lot of coordination and provision within NATO. So for Vilnius, we are preparing a new 500 million euro package for Ukraine on non-lethal aid. And it's aimed towards Ukraine not only being able and willing to continue to regain territory, to continue fighting and liberating its territory and winning this war, but also towards full interoperability of Ukraine with NATO standards, with NATO forces, so that it's not only equipment, but also that its processes, procedures, commands, everything standards, everything that is there, that there is a very clear outcome. Plus political relationship between NATO and Ukraine. You will have heard there is NATO-Ukraine Commission. It will be upgraded to NATO-Ukraine Council. So again, we will see what language we will have in the communiqué of the summit regarding the membership perspective or not. I'm not going to prejudge. That will be negotiated among 31 allies. It also relates to the question of NATO's open door policy. So we know Finland successfully acceded to the alliance on the 4th of April on NATO's 74th birthday. So we expect and we think that it's time for Sweden to be a member of NATO. It's an invitee, it participates in the meetings, but it's time for it to be a full member. And then, of course, the third big block is work with our partners, with partners such as European Union, with partners in the Asia-Pacific, and also with other partners. So a number of them will be in Vilnius, because again, their understanding of the threats, their understanding of the challenges that we all face as international community, where the basic rules have been upended by Russia, is extremely important. So there's a wider set of challenges where also NATO, in our thinking, in our preparations, in our discussions, contribute to together with the partners. So this is where we are, and I think for the introduction, that's quite enough.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I've got a couple of questions in mind, but I want to make sure you get the opportunity first. If there's anyone kind of desperate to have a question that you'd like answered. We've had a breakfast this morning. Obviously, we've all had breakfast, I hope. But we had a breakfast conversation this morning about looking at what's described as a supply chain crisis. What is the issues around, joint capabilities? I could hear many of the people in the room talking about the absence of interoperability, the lack of joint procurement, etc., and so forth. But I want to know if is there anyone from the breakfast that would like to raise a question? Because there was various issues to do with NATO and procurement and joint capabilities. Here's your opportunity to ask the ambassador any question. For those of you who are in the breakfast, anybody? Be brave. Thank you, Mike. Please, someone, we need a mic for Mike. We're just waiting for Mike, Ryan, to get his... Do introduce yourself for the benefit of others, please.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes. Mike Ryan, good morning, everyone. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees here, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense in the U.S. My question, to put together everything that we talked about at the breakfast, we talked a lot about the need to aggregate the demand, to use NATO's convening authority and the ability to bring nations together to identify the entirety of the demand in each of these domains so that the private sector and civil society can get a full grasp of the needs. Because when we look at the size of the need, it's really major global industries who can bring solutions. Now they'll work with small, medium enterprises, they'll work across all the nations and share contracts widely. But they really have the capacity and the understanding to look at the same scale of NATO's problems. So that seemed to be one way forward, where through joint procurement and joint budgeting and all of these things, that we could get more bang for our bucks, or euros, moving forward. So the question would be, what progress do you see at NATO of really identifying the entire demand signal and putting that out to industry, putting that out to civil society, so that collectively then large groupings of companies or organizations can bring complete solutions to NATO that then can be embraced and endorsed by ministers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much for that question. Again, there are elements that I can't say, but that is clearly one line of effort. That is clearly one way to look at it. There are several elements, several sub-elements in it. It concerns the elements not only of supply chain, but also resilience, such as the work on, for example, critical undersea infrastructure with the private sector, where most of the communication cables, pipelines, so on and so forth, are actually in private hands, and the level of concern, and again, sharing of information, data, understanding how we can work together, which does not require necessarily some type of hard industry capabilities, as we think about munition or something else, is crucially important. So that is one very sort of strong deliverables that allies have reached, again, with both the military, but also with regard to those companies. And again, it's a continuous work strand. Second is emerging disruptive technologies. So a big block requiring not only the continuous work on NATO's digital transition, both in the military but also across civil and military aspects, where the capabilities are dual capabilities, where there is an element of work with the EU on ensuring a sort of joint understanding. What does it require in terms of regulation or not having regulation, where NATO is the first international organization that has reached that understanding on, for example, AI's use, ethical AI's use, artificial intelligence use for military purposes. So those principles have been set. So that is very clear signal for the companies in the field that, again, within NATO, they have that safe environment that they can work with us. So it's not only about, as I mentioned, for example, the demand signal on battle decisive munitions and the targets that Defense Minister just adopted, where again, I'm not going to go into detail as it's highly classified, but that signal is there. And both the dialogues, the network, the ability to engage is there. Obviously, there are certain national elements that still need to be advanced. I mean, NATO doesn't do work for the allies at their national level. What demand signal national armed forces are sending to the armament directors. But as far as NATO is concerned, that convening powers, that platforms, that ability to jointly set very precise steps is there, and that is what is being done. And again, that's together with the EU, that's together with other partners.
Thank you. If someone could turn their phone off, that'd be lovely.
Somebody's wake-up call is on.
Indeed. Okay. Thank you for that. I've got a couple of questions, but I don't want to kind of dominate the space here. If others have got a question, please introduce yourself as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Carolina McLaughlin. I'm with the Center for Civilians in Conflict, an NGO. Ambassador, you spoke about supporting Ukraine and about NATO-Ukraine cooperation. I wonder if I could draw you a little bit on how things flow the other way, because I would argue that NATO has quite a lot to learn from Ukraine at this stage as it prepares to increase its own preparedness for a potential Article 5 operation to increase the security on the eastern flank. So I'm curious whether there are any plans at this stage to have some sort of an institutionalized lessons learned from Ukraine capability to look at perhaps resilience issues, to look at protection of civilians, to look at specific military tactics that come out of Ukraine and that NATO might find very, very useful as it increases its own preparedness. Thank you.
Good question, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And that work is happening, again, on daily basis, both through direct contacts with Ukrainian colleagues who regularly come to the HQ with their representatives at NATO, but also through very clear work strands. For example, through the military, on their understanding of what is happening on the field, on the Russian understanding of the Russian doctrine, Russian adaptation, lessons learned from that, but also the fact that the war in Ukraine currently is at rush of ages is very much about yesterday as it is about tomorrow. So it's indeed, as we say, blood and mud, but also bits and bots. So it's all there. And that element, that creativity, that resilience of civilian support to Ukrainian military efforts, the adaptation on the battlefield, the mission control, where the commanders on the field are delegated authority to achieve certain outcomes. All those elements are indeed being analyzed, learned, studied, and especially through a direct sort of engagement with Ukrainian representatives across the sectors, that is something that we take on regularly, whether it's on the EDTs, whether it's on strategic communications, as I said, on pure military aspects. Everything matters, and it's a great admiration on what Ukraine is able to achieve.
Seamlessly done.
Yes, it was not my voice that was cracking.
Indeed,
it was the microphone.
Thank you for that. We are in a situation where we're now, it was almost like when Ukraine happened, it was rabbit in front of headlights.
Ukraine didn't happen.
Well, okay.
Ukraine has been there.
Indeed, I mean that I'm using, let's say, a proxy for a different type. I'm being kind of, let's say, my language I'm using is more pedestrian. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia left the world community almost with a rabbit in front of headlights, not actually having been sufficient preparedness. Europe had spoken about many things and had created all sorts of instruments and infrastructure to have joint capabilities and move in a particular direction. That's the here and now. I want to just, as we kind of close this session off, think about foresight. Whilst our attention is in terms of what's happening right now on our neighbourhood in Europe, we know Africa is going to become a very significant part of the world population. Nigeria will be the most populous country in the next 10 years, but also, therefore, there will be issues around security and peace that we've had for many, many years. Asia, India and China, we know are going to be great forces for our attention, not only just economically, trade, but also in terms of digitalization and information and disinformation. I want you to just, in the closing part, reflect on, where you see things emerging in a situation where we've got this happening on our doorstep, which is raising many questions about our preparedness capabilities, but foresight is important. So as you look ahead, and in that context of the different regions of the world, what's your reflection on what needs to happen as we move ahead in the next 10 years?
Thank you very much for that question. Again, we have to be very clear what NATO's mission is. So, indeed, foresight is important for the overall situational strategic awareness. And that is what we are analyzing through our intelligence services, through the engagement with industry, through the work with partners such as the EU, but also through the work with partners in the regions. And so that dialogue, that understanding that, for example, partners in Indo-Pacific bring to us is crucially important to get their perspective, to get their understanding of how they see the risks and opportunities there. NATO is a Euro-Atlantic organization, so very clear, secure area of responsibility is clearly defined. However, the threats that we are faced, especially in the hybrid field, especially constant cyber attacks, hostile information attacks, and others, are not only coming from within the Euro-Atlantic theater.
Indeed.
They are coming outside. They are coming from Russia, from China. They are coming occasionally from Belarus, from Iran, other actors. And as regards China, we have identified very clearly that in the information environment, information space, China is a hostile actor to NATO. China has been supporting Russian hostile activities engagement, attacks on NATO, spread of disinformation, not only in the EOR, but also in the wider geographical field in the global south. So yes, the work on the strategic situational awareness foresight, where the so-called wider hybrid threats, be it on energy resilience, be it on supply chains, that work is there. But again, our answers at NATO are very precise and clear. And currently, that work very much is around addressing the two main threats, while also clearly dealing with what has been identified as systemic challenges to NATO and through the wider international community. EU is doing the same thing. We are in constant dialogue with our EU colleagues and with other partners on that. Yes, that is I think, where we have to be very clear, is that NATO is not an answer for all the global challenges. NATO is not an answer for everything that is there as a threat to humankind. But what concerns in the short, medium, and longer term with regard to the precise threats, Russia and terrorism and the wider systemic challenges, that is what we are analyzing and where allies are working together to address them.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I see that our great EU partners are already here.
Indeed. Well,
Good.
but thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And I know you cannot say for the day, but really thank you for your time. And we wish you well. These are difficult times for everybody. And as you know, in the field of public diplomacy, it's more important ever than before, actually, that channels of communication and constructive diplomacy enter the fray and are not lost sight of in terms of being resilient.
And indeed, the civil society has, academia, research, media, private sector has much more important role currently, because again, that security and prosperity are closely related. There is no prosperity without security, and that's where NATO plays an essential role. So work with us, make sure that you are credible actors in your own fields, keep security in mind, whatever, in your direct private sector fields, but also with regard to information spreading, rebutting, pre-bunking disinformation, and everything else. Thank you for your attention.
Ambassador Braže, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So that's an effective scene setting. We are going to be looking at disinformation during the day as well. But now we turn to our first session, where we are going to be launching our security study. And I hope you've all grabbed one of these publications from reception. If you haven't, there are more there for you. This is when we now hand over to Vilnius. Actually, are you ready? I can see Jamie taking the seat, the hot seat. It does look rather ostentatious where you are, I have to say. We are kind of modern and open and, you know, but that looks, you're obviously in a very old building. I'm not being rude at all about it. It looks stunning. But there's a sharp contrast between here and there, but not only in physical space, I should add, not necessarily in spirit and common good. Jamie, I hand over to you to take over the proceedings, and a warm welcome to you. Good to see you.
Thank you, Dharmendra. The moderator has the chair with the high back, so I'm bringing this back to Brussels with me. And indeed, we are in an old building, but in a very magnificent and historical building to make you very envious there in modern Town Hall Europe. Dharmendra, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much to the Assistant Secretary General, to the Ambassador, thank you. And now, as you say, we are here to formally launch this new report by Paul Taylor, After the War, How to Keep Europe Safe. So I'm Jamie Shea, a senior fellow at Friends of Europe. I'm delighted to be the moderator for this session. Let me say very briefly, before we have the introduction to the report and the expert commentary from our distinguished discussants today. Let me say that this is the 12th report that Paul has produced for us, so he's been highly productive. Many of you will be familiar with previous reports on Black Sea security, space, the Western Balkans, the Arctic, the Eastern Mediterranean. Together, these reports constitute a true encyclopedia of European security defence over the past decade. But for this security summit here in Vilnius of Friends of Europe, we commissioned Paul to take a deep dive into the impact of the war in Ukraine on European security, not just in the immediate, but over what Paul has rightly called the long haul, because whatever the outcome of the fighting in Ukraine, we are in for a long haul, and the repercussions will be with us for decades to come. So we've asked Paul, of course, to look at what it will take to maintain, to keep Ukraine as an independent democratic state tied to the West, the most important immediate objective. But we also asked Paul to look at the impact of the war on European security and on the transatlantic community, the role of NATO, the role of the EU. We asked Paul to answer the question, is the war in Ukraine truly the hour of Europe? You remember that phrase from the Balkans back in the early 1990s? It was not then the hour of Europe, but is it now the hour of Europe in terms of how the EU is stepping up? We asked Paul to look at the different ways in which Russia will challenge our long-term security. We asked him to see how resilient NATO and the EU are in tackling all of the various challenges. We asked Paul to look also at what it means, to use the phrase of EU Commissioner Thierry Breton, for Europe to be on an economic war footing. You may like or may not like that phrase, but certainly the intent behind it, which I think we all agree, is that Europe needs a much higher degree of preparedness for future contingencies. So what exactly is that? And of course, finally, how can NATO in particular both assist Ukraine with its defence needs while also modernising its own armed forces and own production? So some really difficult exam questions there. The great thing is that Paul doesn't only use his own considerable knowledge and intellect, he also goes out and about and interviews experts, including the Secretary-General of NATO, many people on the panel today he's interviewed, 45 people all told. So this is a very comprehensive deep dive where a lot of different views have been taken on board. Paul, I think that makes your report particularly authoritative. So what we're going to do is give you, Paul, the floor for 10 minutes, to give us your key takeaways. And then I'm absolutely delighted that we have four true experts today who are going to give their views and commentary. Do they agree with you? Do they disagree? Have you missed something? Is something particularly important in what you say? First of all, on my left and here in Vilnius, I'm absolutely honoured, sir, and delighted to welcome Mantas Adomėnas, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. Minister, again, thank you so much for being with us today. Then looking, of course, on the duplex towards Brussels and Town Hall Europe, absolutely delighted to have with us Ambassador Julianne, Julie to everybody who knows her, and she has many friends, Julie Smith, who, as everybody knows, has been the permanent representative of the United States to NATO throughout the years of the Biden administration. And Julie, I see you on a lot of these panels, so you obviously have a lot of pressures on your time, and thank you very much for being with us today as well. Once the Minister and the Ambassador have given their 5-minute reactions, I'll turn to some Q&A. So please, audience, don't go to sleep, don't wait for the end, be ready soon. We're increasing readiness, and that means we're increasing your readiness as well to come in for some quick Q&A. Paul, I'll give you the opportunity for some brief comments, and then we go to the two final discussants. Again, absolutely delighted to welcome Benedikta von Seherr-Thoss, who is the Managing Director for Security and Defence at the EU External Action Service. We need a EU voice as well as a NATO voice. So Benedikta, thank you very much for being once again our expert EU voice. And then I'm delighted also to welcome my dear friend, former colleague on the NATO international staff, Ruben-Erik, who is the Senior Policy Advisor in the private office of the Secretary-General. So Ruben, if you don't know what's going on, nobody at NATO does in terms of your great access there. So that's the lineup. Again, I think we're going to have a very good discussion. I will stop talking immediately and pass to Paul Taylor to introduce, after the war, Paul, how are we going to keep Europe safe?
Thank you very much, Jamie. Good morning, everybody. And in Vilnius and Brussels, I'm delighted that we're able to do this in Vilnius to really listen to the voice of our friends, EU partners, NATO allies in Central and Eastern Europe, and at the same time for their voice to be heard in the Brussels bubble and for them to be in dialogue with Brussels. And I think if I had to sum this up in one phrase, I would say we're facing a decade of defense. And I'm not sure that everybody in Western Europe is yet really attuned to that idea. We have to prepare for the long haul. In this study, I've tried to look beyond the immediate conflict in Ukraine, which is very hard to do because we don't know how it will end and because we are also focused on trying to support Ukraine and enable Ukraine to prevail. But looking beyond, I think there are certain things that we can assert with great safety. Number one is that Russia will remain the biggest security threat to Europe overall. It may take time for the Russian army to recover from the beating it's taking in Ukraine, but Russia has many other forces that have been barely touched by this conflict, the Air Force, the Navy, the strategic nuclear forces, and so on. And above all, it retains an extraordinary ability to affect us in many ways and harm us through hybrid warfare. That hybrid warfare began before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine last year, and it will continue after whatever kind of outcome there is to the war. So there will be a great need in Europe, and I think in the transatlantic community, and I'll talk about that later, but in Europe, for strong political leadership to actually sustain the defense and resilience effort, especially after the shooting stops, when it's less clear and people say, right, it's all over now, we can go back to business as usual. One still comes across companies in Germany, for example, who think that Russian gas will be flowing again in a couple of years' time, or that it'll be happy days here again in the Russian markets in some way. That is not realistic. It's going to require strong political leadership, not least because there will be competing spending priorities. We will be competing for defense resources with money for schools, hospitals, pensions, welfare. We've seen very recently in Western Europe street demonstrations, strikes that have been about pay, the cost of living, pensions, healthcare, all sorts of things other than defense and societal resilience. So there's going to be a contest there, and I think it's fair to say that at least in Western Europe, people have not yet really had to make sacrifices of any sort for this war.
As you can tell, there's obviously an internet connection issue. We did all the tests, you do all the fantastic fine planning, and this happens. The network isn't that resilient, unfortunately. Let's be patient for another couple of minutes. Otherwise, we'll just have to chat amongst ourselves. It's the issue of the connection at the other side. We're absolutely fine here. It's just basically a wobbly network at that end.
Advertising, and it will require collaboration. And both of those, I think, at the moment are uncertain. Prioritizing, I tried very hard to pin down my NATO and EU interlocutors about prioritizing, about if you can't have it all, what do you choose and what should we choose? And there's at least a suspicion there in my mind that NATO is still too much thinking about fighting a 20th century war, partly because what you see on your television screens every night is a sort of a 20th century war involving trenches and tanks and artillery and so on, rather than the 21st century combat that we need to prepare for chiefly. So NATO has been rejuvenated, I think, and strengthened as a consequence of this war. Finland joining, Sweden on the cusp of joining, I believe. A renewed US commitment, which 3 or 4 years ago could not have been taken for granted at all. We've already strengthened the enhanced forward presence in the Baltic states, Poland, and expanded it to Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. We will need to do more to thicken those forces and to improve the ability to rapidly reinforce them with pre-positioned materiel, with reception facilities, with more exercises, with designated forces to each region, as we heard from Ambassador Braže about the regional plans that are coming. But we must be aware a little bit of overkill. Our main strategy will remain one of reinforcement, rapid reinforcement, with military mobility. If we, as Admiral Bauer put it to me, if we put a brigade in every one of those 7 eastern flank states, then 6 of the 7 of them will be in the wrong place if and when a conflict comes. So that, his view was we need more flexibility, we need more mobility. And the question, of course, always is what are those frontline forces there for? Are they there just as a tripwire? Are they there for reassurance? Are they there for deterrence? To tell Russia, look, first of all, we can hurt you, but secondly, you must know that if you step over that line at all, you are immediately stepping into an international conflict with the whole of NATO. And that's the key purpose, and that's the key point of deterrence, and as I will argue later, deterrence has worked for NATO so far. Or are they there really for defense and denial from the very front line? And I think that that's not a realistic expectation. Ukraine, in my view, won't be able to join NATO immediately after the fighting ends. I'm sorry to let people down. I just don't believe that's realistic. We don't know what kind of, unless there's a peace settlement. If there isn't a peace settlement, there may be an unstable front line. There may be a continuing skirmishing. Where will Article 5 apply? I don't think many NATO allies will want to admit a new member that is still in an armed conflict with Russia. So we need to look at what we can put in between, and that is the strongest possible security commitment, particularly by major Western allies, the US, the UK, France, Germany, Poland, either collectively or bilaterally, to equip to train, to provide intelligence and cyber assistance over the long haul, and to help Ukraine rebuild its defense industry to make itself able to defend itself and unattractive as a target for further attack. And I think in a way the European Union membership track may be more promising, something that can advance in some ways quicker than the eventual NATO membership track, because there are fewer of those obstacles. The EU itself, I think, is becoming a really a bigger geopolitical player. To answer your Hour of Europe question, I'm wary of the Hour of Europe, but we do see the European Union undergoing what I think is a real Zeitenwende. This was never envisaged as a defense organization or a military or security organization, but in fact we've seen the EU play a range of roles, from sanctions, energy supplies and energy security, securing supply chains, collective funding of arms and ammunition for Ukraine, and I think the EU too has a big potential to aggregate demand and to make joint purchases and acquire some enablers such as intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, space, airlift, air-to-air refueling capabilities. We need to widen the definition of strategic autonomy, which can't be just about being able to fight for on its own if necessary where NATO or the United States are not engaged, but also to this whole area of economic security. And we see the EU working in that level. One of the big obstacles for both NATO and the EU, I think, is that defense remains overwhelmingly a national business. And both NATO and the EU are currently brushing up against national resistance to their efforts to aggregate supply, to aggregate demand, and to look at common purchases and so on. That's a battle that must be won because, otherwise we will spend our money inefficiently. The United States, I believe, will not completely pull out of Europe, whoever wins next year's presidential election, but we could be in for a shock. That shock will first affect Ukraine if somebody with the views of former President Trump were to enter the White House again in 2025. It poses a challenge for the EU as well, because the EU will have to step up and be able to take more responsibility both for its own defense and for supporting Ukraine for the long haul, whatever the outcome. There's lots more I should say. Jamie is sending me increasingly frantic messages that I'm on my time. I would just say the most likely threat that we will face in the next decade is a continuation and a stepping up of hybrid warfare by Russia, quite possibly also by China. And so we need to build that whole of society resilience. And that's something which we've seen the centers of excellence here talking about this morning, Jamie, and it's certainly something which is on both NATO's and the EU's radars. But involving the private sector much earlier on in the piece, involving civil society, local authorities, emergency services, looking at what we can learn from Finland, NATO's newest member, and from the lessons of how Ukraine has successfully conducted its whole of society defense. I'll leave the rest for the Q&A.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. There's a lot in your report, and so there's a lot we can talk about. But clearly, we also need to give our speakers their fair chance of commenting. So, Paul, thank you, and you'll come back in as we agree. You can add more comments as the discussion proceeds. But, Minister, now, again, very pleased to see you, sir, and I hand the floor to you to pick up anything on what Paul said, or any other thoughts that you have on the future of European security and defence.
Thank you. And my first reaction to reading the report is that it's so gratifying to read what we have been saying for over a year. There are lots of people in democratic world who think that this war is a blip on a fundamentally sort of peaceful trajectory of history, that there is going to be going back to business as usual, that there is going to be back to sort of this fundamentally peaceful international order. And I think this is one assumption that we have to get rid of. And like after the World War II, there was not going back to the interwar period. Likewise, the new international order is going to be something totally different. And Paul was speaking about whole society approach. I think it's very important that whole societies get sort of used to the idea that this, for decades, rather than decades, we have to be prepared for a totally different mode of existence. Peace dividend is over. Vacations from history are also over. And until, talking about Europe, until Russia undergoes sort of profound transformation, fundamentally peaceful coexistence is also over. Now, why just Russia? I think sort of, we have to understand the fundamental shifts which are happening in sort of in determining the pillars of global order. In Russia, we see ideological politics, which is, again, something we didn't see on this continent since the end of World War II, where delusional sort of ideas of restoration of the Soviet Empire and the neo-imperialist politics dictated by it is determining against all rationality, against all the calculations, the trajectory of war. So that's one component. But also we have the emergence and coalescence of revisionist powers, such as China, Iran, and we see their sort of their symbiosis, and the revisionist agenda that they put forward is actually, it's not going to end with this war. It's going to be there in place, maybe not so virulent, but it's still going to be there. What we also see is that quite a lot of countries in the global south support revisionist agenda, or at least they are not inimical to it. They would like to question the post-World War II consensus and install a different order which is somehow more amenable to their sort of immediate interests. And what we see is that kind of liberal democratic consensus over development, over global order is wobbling. If it's not yet over, then it's certainly wobbling. It's being severely questioned. So we see that the coalescence of these revisionist powers gives a sort of a history, a totally different impetus, and the Cold War, new Cold War, which Paul was speaking, is actually sort of, it's going to be broader than just a line across Europe. So now, talking about post-war security order, I'm not going to speculate about the end of war in Ukraine. We are fully committed, and we think that only viable conclusion is Ukraine's victory. But however sort of it ends, what's going to happen after? I think one thing is clear, that we have to have a long-term strategy which involves actually democratization of Russia and Belarus as a sort of precondition for having a peaceful order and peaceful security arrangement in Europe. It's a very long sort of haul, but unless we raise this ambitious sort of goal, we're going to be sort of confining ourselves to sort of illusions. So we have to, in the immediate term, we have to prepare for inevitability of a certain conflict. And the better we prepare, vis pacem para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. The better we're prepared for imminent conflict, the less likely that it will occur. And yes, the hybrid conflict is the most likely sort of thing to happen in the next decade, but we cannot exclude a kind of long tail, black swan type of events where sort of small likelihood can translate into catastrophic consequences. So for that, we have to have credible deterrence. Yes, 21st century war is something that we need to invest into. And again, societies have to understand that unless we invest into military superiority, our sort of economic prosperity is going to be threatened in myriad of other ways. So our investment and detraction from other areas, investment in military superiority in fighting 21st century war, but not forgetting that our opponents, such as Russia, do fight 20th century kind of ideological wars. We have to keep those both perspectives in place, as it were, is a precondition for keeping this peace, however fragile, however sort of under the Cold War conditions. So bolstering of eastern flank is a sine qua non. And last but not least, This security order is not going to be complete without Ukraine, with its, by then, NATO standard, NATO interoperable and battle-hardened army as integral part of this post-war security order.
Minister, thank you very much. You delivered, as I was expecting, a very clear, intellectually very coherent message. You certainly picked up Paul's theme of this is more than Ukraine. It's about a much wider form of competition and challenge, and you set it out very well, particularly the revisionist agenda that we're facing to what we may call the sort of norms-based international order. Minister, thank you very much indeed. I now turn to Ambassador Smith in Brussels. I hope the connection holds up well. So Julie, again, delighted to see you, if only on the screen, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jamie. Great to see you also virtually. Thanks to the Friends of Europe for the invitation. Congratulations to Paul on another really interesting and timely report. It was great to get your insights and briefings. I'll try to be short at the top in terms of the general threat assessment. I thought Paul did a nice job of kind of laying out what the threat landscape looks like. So I just wanted to quickly answer two questions from a NATO perspective, and that is, first and foremost, how have we already made Europe safe, just to review kind of the first principles, and then how do we make it safer, with a couple of points on that front. So quickly, just on the what have we done, I mean, first and foremost, this type of conversation obviously takes us back to Article 5, which is the cornerstone of everything that happens inside the NATO alliance and is the reason that it was created. We obviously have reaffirmed and reinforced and continued to message the importance of Article 5, particularly since the war in Ukraine broke out. Secondly, I would say the defense investment pledge that was put in place in 2014 and will in fact expire next year in 2024 has been a key part of ensuring that NATO allies are making adequate investments to keep the Euro-Atlantic area safe and secure. And we will be announcing something this summer in terms of what will follow the defense investment pledge, and we'll have more to say on that in the coming weeks. Third thing I would mention, particularly after February 24th of last year, NATO has significantly reinforced its eastern flank with literally tens of thousands of troops now positioned in Central and Eastern Europe to ensure that we can both deter against any threats towards NATO territory and defend against any threats against NATO territory. And lastly, I would say in terms of what we have done to make Europe safer or safe in recent months and years is the support that individually countries are providing to Ukraine. NATO allies fundamentally understand here what's at stake, and for that reason, NATO allies have stepped up to support Ukraine not only in its defense of its territorial integrity and sovereignty, but also because Ukraine is also fighting to defend the values that we all hold dear. And so through those four efforts, our Article 5 commitments, the investments we're making in our own national defense, our reinforcements of the eastern flank, and our continued support for the people of Ukraine, I would put those at the top of the list of what we have recently done to ensure that the Euro-Atlantic area is secure. In terms of looking out ahead, just another couple of quick points on what the NATO alliance is doing at the moment or has been doing to make it safer. I would start there first and foremost with what was mentioned in the last session, and that is the regional plans that the NATO alliance is about to roll out. These regional plans, which will actually be multi-domain, which is an important aspect of those plans, will ensure that, in fact, the alliance can defend every inch of NATO territory. You've heard our president talk about that, but these plans will ensure that we have the plans in place. Every single ally will know what it is committed to do, what type of capabilities are required, what level of readiness is required, and so forth. forth. So number one, putting those regional plans in place will be an important part of what we're doing to make Europe safer. Number two, we're increasingly thinking smartly across the NATO alliance about defense industry, questions of defense production. And here, most of you are well aware that the NATO alliance is working on something called the Defense Production Action Plan that, in essence, has 3 different lines of effort to it, which include, first and foremost, aggregating demand, secondly, increasing interoperability across the alliance, and lastly, increasing production capacity, which we could talk more about at the Q&A. Third thing I would mention, just 2 final points. One, broadening the definition of security. This is a theme that we just heard from Paul in his presentation. Couldn't agree more. All of the NATO alliance allies are in full agreement here. And in fact, in recent years, the alliance has worked tirelessly to expand its definition of security. And now our work at NATO includes things like maintaining our technological edge, focusing on disruptive and emerging technologies, cybersecurity, space as a new domain, focusing on things like energy security, critical infrastructure, and climate security. So yes, we are focused very much on those tanks that rolled across Ukraine's border in February of last year, and that is very much a conventional war in many ways. But NATO is also increasingly focused on a much broader definition of security and the tools and policies it needs to continue to protect itself. Lastly, I just wanted to emphasize partnerships. And here, there has been a lot of breaking news across the alliance, both in terms of how NATO is working with the European Union. We had 3 NATO summits last year. The European Union was present at every single one, quite deliberately. We are increasingly bringing our EU colleagues into our discussions about this broader definition of security and looking for ways to deepen our cooperation. Similarly, we're increasingly working with our friends, our democratic allies across the Indo-Pacific, countries like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and Korea, on how we can learn from one another, share best practices, and talk about how they are looking at the challenge of cybersecurity and how the NATO alliance is looking at cybersecurity and what we can learn from one another on those types of challenges. And lastly, we're strengthening our partnerships with a variety of countries around the world, whether it is countries like Jordan or our friends in Ukraine or in Georgia, countries in the Western Balkans, across Africa. NATO now has 40 partner countries around the world, and these are increasingly an important part of the broader discussion about how to enhance our collective security so that we can protect our shared values. So with that, a couple of thoughts on both what we have done and what we are doing and what we hope to do, and look forward to the Q&A going forward. Thank you.
Ambassador Julie, thank you very much. So 4 to be safe today and 4 more to be even safer tomorrow. That was very, very coherently put together. Thank you. I mentioned that being very hopefully indulgent with the patience of Benedikta and Ruben, that we'd have a couple of questions now just to give the discussion some flow. And so as I'm in Vilnius, I'll give the floor first of all to the audience here in Vilnius. And Dharmendra, can I ask you to scrutinize the room in a way that I can't really do from here over there in Brussels? And please wave if you see a question from the audience there. But first of all, anybody here in the audience, this is your chance. Go ahead. No? Dharmendra, over to you.
Great. We've got, much more active here. Thank you very much. Gentleman at the back. And also, can we have, just for, this is not just to be for gender balance in a kind of faux way. It'd be great to have some women also make comments and questions, please. So, first to you, gentlemen. Say who you are, please.
Yes. Thank you. Radu Raghea from Romania Civil Society. I would like to ask a broader question about our defense in Europe. If the author thinks that it's possible to create an organization to act against the intelligence of foreign factors, to protect the European bureaucracy, to act as counterintelligence, and to be a permanent body that protect EU institutions. This body hopefully could then cooperate with the Five Eyes, hopefully in the future. Thank you.
There's that. Anyone else? Excellent. Thank you. Just here at the front.
Thank you. My name is Sophie Tarimanishvili. I'm a student at VUB, and I have a question concerning Russia moving its nuclear arsenal to Belarus, and if it's going to divide the opinion in NATO about providing as big of a support as we're hoping to, since this creates a security dilemma, and can NATO really afford to call it a bluff?
Thank you very much. Very, very good question. Back to you. Hang on. We have one more. People are, hotting up here. That's great.
Thank you. Good morning. Kawa Hassan Namraz and fellow at Middle East North Africa program at the Stimson Center. Just thank you very much, Paul, for the report. Adding to, to the what you said about broadening the concept of strategic autonomy, but also I would say broadening the concept of strategic partnerships beyond Europe, beyond the West, particularly when it comes to Middle East and North Africa, and other parts of the global South. Really need for some strategic discussions on that beyond just why the certain countries in these parts of the world, some of them are neutral about the conflict, others are hedging their bets. Why do they do that? So more engagement with these countries to arrive at some common strategic ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Back over to you, Jamie.
Okay, Dharmendra, thanks very much. It's great to see the audience in Brussels is super active. I'm going to give one final opportunity to our audience here in Vilnius. It's going quickly, so take advantage. No, they seem to be happy to leave it to Brussels today. Minister, you spotted somebody. At the back, yes. A quick question then, please, at the back.
Yes, thank you. Zana Wagner from Latvia. Hearing these kind of outlooks for the future and for the defense, how should the scenarios work out? One thing which I didn't hear, and I would like to hear from you, is also thinking about the global South and the scarcity of resources. How does transition to the green energy plays in this role and in this strategy, as well as climate change that will reshape conflicts around the world? Thank you.
Well, that's a really major question. So thank you very much. So we've got 4 quick questions. I'm going to turn to the Minister first. Minister, as with Julie, Ambassador Smith and Paul, just pick up any of the questions that you particularly want to. We had intelligence and how to protect ourselves. We had the Russian nuclear deployments in Belarus. We had the importance of these global connections, Minister, that you mentioned yourself in your remarks, and climate change, which NATO and the EU are both dealing with. So I'll ask each of you for quick fire answers, because again, I'm abusing the patience of Benedikta and Ruben, and I want them to give their comments very, very soon. So Minister, please.
Thank you. I'll pick up on nuclear deployment and on global South very shortly. Deployment of nuclear weapons in Belarus, or even if it happens, does not add to Russia's capability to attack NATO countries or other countries. It is purely sort of a gesture of, trying to precisely to make people doubt and also to demonstrate that Belarus is being drawn inexorably into Russia's sort of control and sphere of influence, militarily as well as in other respects. So it is very much a sort of a ploy of propaganda rather than actual military step in increasing Russia's capability. When it comes to global South, I think the common denominator is the inclination to challenge the order which a lot of countries, and I have talked to quite a number of decision makers there, they perceive as somehow not reflecting the interests of Global South. The post-World War II order, which was still fixed in place by what they perceive as colonial powers, and in many ways they see the revisionist powers as somehow at least partly reflecting their interests and championing them. So we have to be much more attentive to these perceived needs of the Global South and to reflect their interest to be, for example, represented in the UN Security Council with much more seriousness than we did until now.
Thank you very much. Then may I turn to Ambassador Smith just to pick up on any of those questions, and then the final word for this round to Paul.
Yeah, so we've seen the Russians throughout the conflict since they went into Ukraine last February, conducting a lot of what we would describe as nuclear saber rattling. We obviously take this very seriously. We, the United States, we've messaged them about the dangers and risks of the possible use of nuclear weapons in the Ukraine war. And this is something that we continue to monitor. Obviously, the alliance has been closely monitoring also the developments in Belarus. Right now, we don't see any need to alter our strategic posture in any significant way, but we will continue to watch this situation closely and determine whether or not any changes will be required in the future. On the question of the Global South, I mean, there it's a good point, and NATO allies, including our mission at NATO, the US mission, we've done a lot more to engage our friends in the Global South, and that takes a couple of different forms. First and foremost, we just want to sit and talk to our partners and friends in the Global South to understand what their concerns are, what the questions are, what kind of grievances they have, whether it's food security or it's related to the grain issue or a variety of other impacts that they may be feeling as a result of Russia's war in Ukraine. We want to hear from them and get their perspectives. Secondly, we've had some good conversations about what's at stake in Ukraine and how Ukraine is fundamentally defending the core principles of the UN Charter, that this is fundamentally about state sovereignty and their territorial integrity, and that under the UN Charter, they have the right to defend their territory against unprovoked aggression. And lastly, we've been sitting with our friends and partners also to help them understand what NATO is and is not doing. We've made clear that NATO is not, for example, engaged directly in this war. It is not providing direct lethal support. It is not training Ukrainian soldiers, but it is providing some non-lethal support at the moment. And we're happy to answer folks' questions and talk more about that. Lastly, on climate change, a very good point, which is why NATO increasingly is looking at climate security from a couple of different directions. One, what is the impact of climate change on potential crises, conflicts, regional conflicts, and how can we help address climate change, but also mitigate for some of the effects of climate change. We've been looking at ways in which to reduce our national dependencies on things like oil and gas. And obviously there have been major developments in Europe on that front just over the last year. But we're finding that climate security is increasingly an important topic of conversation. Not that NATO is the best organization to address climate change per se, but that on the topic of climate security, we do believe that NATO has a role to play, and I'll leave it at that.
Ambassador, thanks very much. Paul, I need to ask you in
really quickly.
Warp 5 quick time.
Okay.
Maybe pick up on the intelligence point.
Yeah, Radovan, your question on intelligence. I mean, the difficulty actually is getting intelligence is so national that getting intelligence services and counterintelligence services to share information with each other is incredibly difficult. The Five Eyes, of course, is the oldest and most effective group, but of course it creates resentments as well, particularly from those countries which see themselves as the sixth sixth and seventh and eighth eyes who are just outside the door and who are perpetually frustrated and imagine perhaps that far more is going on inside the door than actually is. So I think the first thing is for the EU to be able to do more intelligence fusion. That's beginning to happen, and I think this war has accelerated it. But yes, at some stage, the need for better protection of the EU institutions themselves for counterintelligence protection than perhaps the Belgian authorities as the home of most of those institutions is able to provide, I think does arise. Sophie, I think the Russian move of nuclear, tactical nuclear weapons into Belarus, if indeed it has happened, makes no difference at all. But I think in a broader sense, I would say that nuclear deterrence has worked in this war in two ways. First of all, Russia hasn't dared to touch a hair of NATO territory, and that is at least in part because of nuclear deterrence. And that continues to be an absolutely vital part, that NATO is and will remain a nuclear alliance. Secondly, that Russia's nuclear deterrence, in the broadest sense, has had an impact, and it has had an impact on the pace and scale of Western arms supplies to Ukraine. And I think it will continue to, because I think Western leaders, many of whom didn't believe Russia would go into Ukraine in the first place, cannot afford the luxury of shrugging off as a bluff, saber rattling about Russian tactical nuclear weapons.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks. So nuclear deterrence works both ways, as I suppose it was always intended to do. Paul, thank you. Benedikta, you've been extremely patient, and I'm grateful to you for that. But your time has come, and we're very much looking forward to having from the External Action Service and you personally your own perspective on all of these issues. And then afterwards, Ruben for a second take on what's going on at NATO. So I pass the floor back to Brussels.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's very nice to be here, and I will look at where we stand and where we should go from the EU's perspective, and I will use quite a few elements of what Ambassador Smith already mentioned, which hopefully shows that EU and NATO are very much in sync. 3 points that I would like to mention that are important for what happened in the last year. So I think there's a very strong unity, European unity and strong commitment. Secondly, the very strong transatlantic unity, and I would say a renewed sense of unity. And the European Zeitenwende, which was already mentioned here by Paul, which in the end means that there's greater awareness that Europe needs to do more for its own defense. On the first point, when I say there has been European unity and strong commitment, I think that in many ways the war in Ukraine is a game changer in the way, of course, to have a war again in Europe, but also the way the EU reacted to it. Just to mention a few aspects of this, of course, the effort is very broad when you look at humanitarian aid, financial aid, the support in terms of refugees, etc. But I will concentrate on security and the military support. So the provision of military equipment, by now it's about 11 billion euros that we have supported through the European Peace Facility. We will have trained within the first year of the training mission for Ukraine 30,000 soldiers. We have a civilian mission, of course, that is active in Ukraine that does many different things. Just to give one example, they are very important to help gathering evidence of war crimes. I think it's about 50,000 cases they've already looked at. And of course, cyber and hybrid instruments have been, or we've supported Ukraine with cyber and hybrid instruments. So a lot has happened, and I think that in many ways the EU is really treading on new paths, delivering lethal support to a third country. Now we have done the same also in Africa, and of course we are providing also non-lethal support, but I think the remarkable thing is the sheer, the speed, the size, the unity and the new elements. Then when I think about transatlantic cooperation, I think the first thing that I want to acknowledge is the really amazing engagement of the US in Europe. And I think that is something that certainly we are very grateful for, and that we are seeing very clearly. We have a strong cooperation with NATO, and I think Ukraine is an excellent example that we can cooperate well in times of crisis, and that we have to cooperate in times of crisis. And we are doing that in different ways, but we are coordinating very closely. We have a lot of staff, for example, we are participating in the Rammstein format. We have liaison people in the various staffs. So, for example, our clearinghouse cell, where we coordinate the military support to Ukraine. Julie mentioned the ministers' meetings, summits. So basically, at all the formal important meetings, we have NATO participation, which is very important to us. But also, I think transatlantic unity, the accession of Finland to NATO, hopefully Sweden at some point, also the return of Denmark into the CSDP family, security and defense in Europe. I think that is also a sign that in Europe we are coming together more closely. Then the Zeitenwende. I think there's an awareness that Europe needs to do more for its own defense. It's trickling further and further down. I'm not sure we have gone through all the layers, but I think it really is a change to how it was before. And what I would argue is that we know we need to do more as Europeans, and we need to think about security and defense in a broader and in a more rounded way, I would think. So let me mention three aspects. So first of all, the capabilities. Of course, we need capabilities. And there's, for me, no competition at all between EU and NATO, because it's never EU's capabilities, it's always member states' capabilities, which of course means allies' capabilities. We have done a lot in the EU to encourage joint procurement. We have done that overall, but we have also done that in the context of Ukraine. We have just to encourage the joint procurement for ammunition production and the filling of support to Ukraine and the filling of European stockpiles. We have set up a program that is supported by 1 billion euros through the EPF. And we are in close talks with industry about bottlenecks, about seeing where can we support industry also to encourage them to ramp up their production, because we know the current production capacities are simply not enough. So there's a lot happening in the field of capabilities, but also in the field of strategic domains. We had the NATO Secretary General at our last defense ministers meeting in May, and strategic domains was the topic of discussion. Hybrid cyber space, maritime. The EU has published security and defense strategies in all these fields, because we know that these are the fields that we need to be resilient in, and that we need to have everything, situational awareness, we need to be able to respond, and we need to make sure that we are equipped as best as possible and that we help our partners. So, for example, this year we set up a civilian mission in Moldova, and supporting Moldova in terms of hybrid threats is really the center of this mission. Then partnerships are hugely important. I think security nowadays and also European security is always something global. We can't just look at ourselves. We need to look around the world. We can't, for example, compartmentalize economy and security. So for us, we do that in different ways with the missions and operations, with the partnership dialogues, the European Peace Facility, the instrument with which we are supporting Ukraine. It's a global instrument, so we are supporting countries in different regions, but I specifically want to mention the Indo-Pacific, where we are in close touch with our partners, because we are all interested in a calm and stable situation in the Indo-Pacific. Is very important for all of us, and we are seeing how can we cooperate with our partners, how can we support them, and it's very much on our mind. So to conclude, I think we are on a good path, but I think there's still quite a lot to do, and we're up for it.
Thank you very much, Benedikta. Again, a very, very clear presentation. You make it clear that there's a lot to do, but at least we're talking the same language between NATO and the EU. We're talking the same topics, the same challenges. Compared with when I was a NATO official a few years ago, the agenda now really is overlapping. So thank you for that. Ruben, you have been the patient of the patients, and I hope you won't mind that, but it's always good to have you to get your perspective. Julia said a lot about NATO, but you come at it from the perspective of the international staff, of course, and what the Secretary-General is doing. So the floor is yours. And then please, dear members of the audience, we have a couple of minutes for a final fast and furious round of questions, taking advantage of our 5 experts here. That includes Vilnius as well, looking straight in front with a steely eye at my own audience, and then we'll ask Paul to wrap up for us. So Ruben, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Jamie, and good morning here in Brussels, but also good morning, Vilnius. Jamie's always been very good to me. He's always promoting me, and so he made me a member of the private office today. But actually, I should correct him. I'm with a policy planning unit in the Secretary's office. This matters because I think what I will say is a little bit coming from that policy planning perspective. We look at the long term, both backwards but also into the future. And from that perspective, Jamie and everyone here, I couldn't agree more with some of the things that are in Paul's report. There's some really good. It's a really good synthesis, I think, of what needs to be done, but also what has already been happening. I'll pick up on a couple of things here. First, on what Paul was saying earlier on Russia's capabilities and where they will stand after the war, I think what you said is all correct, but I would also add another element into the mix, and that's intent, right? We've seen a pattern of toxic aggression from Russia since at least 2014, and unfortunately nothing shows at this moment that that pattern of toxic intent and aggression is not going to stop after the war. That means, I think that's an important point to make, because it means how do we ensure that this does not happen again, right? The attack on Ukraine and the terrible loss of life and the barbaric acts that went with it. This, I think, is the backdrop to why we're thinking so much about collective defense, right? Ensuring it doesn't happen again is about strengthening our collective defense. And indeed, I like the notion that Paul used, a decade of defense. Yes, that is probably what we're looking at. But we at NATO already are building on a decade of adaptation. We have been doing a lot, as Ambassador Smith already said, since 2014, since that first shock of Crimea and the attack on eastern Ukraine, to pivot back to collective defense and make it again a core purpose of NATO. Delivery will be key, and this is the point that Paul makes in his report about the long haul. It's going to be a lot of individual decisions, a lot of things that we have to agree, summit after summit after summit, and that's why Vilnius coming up next in a few weeks' time is such a key summit. It's about implementing those historic decisions that we took at Madrid to reset the baseline of our deterrence and defense, and set out the guidance for the decade ahead. Paul's report also talks about mind shift, and I think that's a key word, shifting our mindsets. All of us, leaders, military, civil society, private sector, and citizens at large, to adapt to this new world of strategic competition, unpredictability, and recurrent shocks. Paul said something about technology, though, which I'll push back slightly, and I think you make a very good point that the war in Ukraine shows that we have to be good at both conventional defense, but also integrate new technologies. I think that's spot on. You said, though, that NATO is focusing too much on the conventional. I'd push back a little bit. I think that NATO, as part of its decade of adaptation, has also been investing a lot in ensuring that we maintain our technological edge. And I can cite here the setting up of our new Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, Diana, which is very close to being launched, and the NATO Innovation Fund, the first multinational venture capital fund for emerging technologies, as well as the work that Ambassador Braže mentioned earlier already on setting standards for new technologies. I think I'd also throw in here, in terms of what we've been doing in terms of the decade of adaptation, the excellent work that we've seen already on shaping our approach to resilience. That's going to be a key part in the next few years. And we've seen just very recently also that NATO is stepping up to address threats to our critical infrastructure. For instance, the decision that was taken last week to set up this cell the Center on Maritime Underwater Critical Infrastructure, which is a key way which we're also going to be preparing that for a world where what we saw in Ukraine does not happen again. And I think I will also pick up on Ambassador Smith's point about partnerships. I think ensuring this does not happen again means also it doesn't happen again to Ukraine. And that's why what we're doing right now as we're working through our decisions at Vilnius on Ukraine matters so much. It's about presenting a vision of at Vilnius for a Ukraine in the Euro-Atlantic family of nations that is safe, that is democratic, where its sovereignty is respected. And that, of course, will have several tracks. It's about ensuring that we provide that support as long as it takes, with the practical support over several years. It's about that political relationship that really reflects that relationship we want to have with Ukraine, and also finding ways to get it closer to its membership aspirations. That's what's now on the table, and that's what the stakes. And finally, and last but definitely not least, I would also pick up on Benedikta's points about the excellent, the real shift we've seen also in the EU-NATO relationship. I think that the word mind shift, if that's a word, I mean, Paul invented that word perhaps, but I think applies definitely also to this. And we've seen a real convergence in the way we think and we assess together. For instance, we as policy planners work very closely with our policy planner colleagues in the EU. We do foresight together. But we see that in a number of areas at a very practical level, from the highest levels, from our leaders meeting together, traveling together, making declarations together, but also across a range of areas, such as cyber, such as resilience, such as critical infrastructure, support to Ukraine, climate, and so forth. So I think that's also a major development, I think, over the last few years, and I think that we'll have to just go towards further if we want to ensure that what we saw in Ukraine does not happen again. And I'll leave it there, open to questions, of course. Thanks.
Thank you. Ruben, I'm always very happy to promote you. Based on your presentation, everybody will understand why. Thank you very much. We're almost out of time, so Dharmendra, is there just one question still from your audience there at Town Hall Europe? I see a hand up. Just one.
We have, actually.
If there are more, I apologise, but we're almost out of time. And is there one here from Vilnius, just to give our panelists a chance to say a final word, and then to Paul Taylor for two final
Lovely.
words. So let's go to Brussels first then.
Okay, thank you very much. This is not Eurovision Song Contest, I have to say, but we are definitely scoring the points. We have 5 people who want to speak, actually, but and I'm sorry, I can't. As you heard the time, I'm going to privilege
time
on gender balance basis. Yep. Not only that, but I'm sure you have an effective point to make. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Jamila Castro. I work for the UN. I'm here in my personal capacity. Something we haven't heard of today is the women, peace and security agenda. So we talk about the threats of Russia, China, terrorism in all its forms, and cyber. But I would like to hear from you about how, at the summit and further beyond Vilnius, efforts that we really need to carry on in the coming years. Thank you.
I couldn't have wanted better. This wasn't a setup, people. Women, peace, security is a strand of activity. Actually, not. It's a fundamental concept underpinning our peace, security, defence work. And this year, we're dedicating it to that, but also as we move forward. So wonderful. Thank you for raising that point and having to save me having to do that. So Jamie, back to you for one of your. But I have got quite. If it's dry up there, we've got another 3 questions. Don't worry, waiting to be asked. Go on.
Okay, so the challenge is therefore to all of us here in Vilnius. So anybody here? Otherwise, you're going to cede the terrain to Brussels. No, they seem to be happy, Dharmendra. So maybe, can you choose, I know this is very arbitrary, Dharmendra, but can you choose, therefore, just one final question from your end there in Brussels? And then we'll have to have final comments and wrap up, unfortunately.
Indeed.
There's so much to say and so little time.
Absolutely. Gentleman there. Introduce yourself.
Of course. Thank you very much, Philippe Lefebvre, Defence Security Advisor for EBS. I wanted to ask a question about one of the recommendations in the study, which is on interim security arrangements for Ukraine Georgia and Moldova. Many commentators have been making the link between the US-Israel security arrangement as a potential model for either Ukraine, Georgia or Moldova, essentially legally binding disbursements and billions for both security and defense and for the economy. Is this a model that any of the panelists would like to see for Ukraine? And if so or if not, what are some other interim security arrangements that they would like to see come out of either the Vilnius summit or just generally before this summer's discussions on Ukraine? So thank you very much.
Clearly Brussels is on fire, Jamie, I have to say. Second really very good question. So back over to you to get responses from the panelists.
Dharmendra, thanks. Yes, and again, apologies, but the dictatorship of the clock is the only dictatorship which humanity is unable to overcome. So we will just have to do our best, but we've got two excellent closing questions. So, Minister, would you women, peace and security, the notion of security guarantees from Ukraine, whatever final thoughts you want to leave us with, Minister.
I will address the second question and security guarantees for Ukraine. Well, security guarantees, as they are sort of currently used, this term, it sounds better than actually its content. What it means is no more than a long-term commitment to support Ukraine. So it's just an extension into the future of the already existing support. It doesn't entail anything more and beyond that. So I think it's very important that Vilnius summit sends a political message that Ukraine is closer to full membership of NATO after the summit than it was before, that we have moved beyond Bucharest language. Otherwise, it will be a very bad message to send not only to Ukraine, who will be terribly disappointed after more than a year of horrendous fighting in defending their sort of country and standing for our values and our security in Ukraine, but also it would be a very wrong message to send to Russia, because then it will realize that it does have keys to NATO's door, to this allegedly open door. And this message will be justification for the war effort. They are succeeding in preventing Ukraine to make its own security arrangements. So I think we have to move beyond Bucharest language. We have to send a very clear political message that given certain conditionalities, Ukraine will become a member of NATO.
Thanks, Mr. Yes, the person who owns the door has to own the keys to the door as well. That's a very good formula, Minister, if you don't mind my saying so. Thank you. Ambassador Smith, just a sentence or two of closing thoughts.
Yes, first of all, thank you for encouraging women to step forward and ask questions. That's a breath of fresh air, and I salute you, and I salute the women that took up that challenge. So just quickly, women, peace, and security. I mean, the first step of really moving out on kind of a new path for the alliance starts with strategy, and their inserting women, peace, and security into the strategic concept was very important last year and very deliberate, and allies were 100% in agreement with that. The challenge for the alliance now is to take the strategy and translate it into actual action, policies, initiatives. We have some ideas. This will no doubt be part of Vilnius and future summits. It obviously runs through a lot of our work, whether we're talking about this particular issue as it relates to Russia's war in Ukraine, this particular issue of the role of women in conflict in general, or just the values that it fundamentally represents for all of us and what NATO is there to protect. So more coming on that front, but thank you, and we should have mentioned that at the top. On the U.S. security assurances, I mean, my job is to really focus on Vilnius and what NATO is going to have to say in terms of its future relationship, longer-term relationship with Ukraine. And there, I think, should President Zelensky opt to come in person, we're going to have a very nice package of political and practical support for him that will signal that this alliance isn't going anywhere, that we will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our friends in Ukraine, as we did before this war started, and as we no doubt will do when the war ends as well.
Ambassador, thanks very much. Benedikta, please, last thoughts before we conclude.
Thank you very much. Two thoughts. First of all, long-term commitment to Ukraine. That's the EU is very clear about that. Of course, Ukraine is an accession country, so that makes it even more clear. But also in the field of security and defense, we don't know what exactly the peace will look like. But what we are looking at is already how can we support Ukraine in the long term also in this field. Secondly. we need to do more for our security and defense, which means internally in Europe, but also, as I said, more broadly. We need to have the right mix of civilian and military capabilities, and also to say on the women, peace and security bit, that's part of our work on every bit, basically, of the conflict cycle is integrated into all the different aspects where we cooperate. Can we do more? Absolutely, and we should do more. But that's something that we are looking at very closely. So determination on our side on all these three fields. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much indeed, Benedikta. And Ruben, you passing, Ruben, or you want to say a final word? You're passing. Okay, thank you. Well, normally, as moderator, together with Dharmendra today in Brussels, I like to present concluding thoughts, but there's no time, so I'm going to leave the expert, Paul Taylor, to do my job for me, but also his job as well, and just give us, Paul, I said 2 minutes earlier, but unfortunately I'm going to have to sort of salami slice you down to 1 minute, your concluding takeaways as we wrap up.
Thanks very much, Jamie, and thanks to all of the speakers for your support and for your nuances and criticism where there was, which I take on board. I would say, to me, a central thing that has emerged from this is the importance and the quality of the partnership between the EU and NATO, NATO and the EU. This has been made possible by the first US administration that has really worked with the EU as an entity, as a security partner. And this has been incredibly important, and it happened before the war in Ukraine, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, but obviously it's been stepped up since. And I think you have to say that it's a partnership that works better in practice than it still does in theory. There are still theoretical difficulties which make it hard for the North Atlantic Council to talk to the European Council and so on. But nevertheless, it's working in practice every day, and we need to step that up. I talk in the report about a new division of labor. That's not, you do the East, we do the South. It's more a functional division of labor, and always with overlap, but constructive overlap. And I would simply say we can't take that for granted. It hasn't been the default setting of either institution. And I think that there's a risk, a serious risk, that we could step back from that as well. So it's really important to defend and build on that relationship. I think that the European Union in particular has a lot of scope at the moment to move further in collective purchases of defense equipment and ammunition, not just for Ukraine, but ultimately for ourselves as well. And I think that opens the possibility down the road of looking at collective borrowing in order to do that. After all, if we can borrow collectively for our civilian recovery from the pandemic, this is another such emergency, this decade of defense. And if you look historically, major defense efforts have very often been backed by the issuing of war bonds or defense bonds or whatever. So I think this is something we should keep in mind. And a very post-final point, I would say, is that we have a new form of warfare here in which borders no longer are the same. We have seen crowdsourcing of intelligence, crowdsourcing of funding, crowdsourcing of cyber warriors. We have seen people who do a day job somewhere in Silicon Valley and a night shift as cyber warriors for Ukraine, or somewhere in one of our European Silicon Valleys, and so on. This raises some big issues, but it also shows how the engagement of civil society in a whole-of-society defense effort can bring added value. I don't know whether NATO has yet factored that into its planning, because we tend to make a very clear division between the armed forces and the rest of society.
Paul, thank you very much for summing up. All I will say is that often when I go to a restaurant with my wife, and in a spirit of sort of trying to get my calories down, she says, Jamie, just have the appetizer, skip the main course. But when it comes to intellectual nourishment, we've had today a fantastic appetizer. But please do not skip the main course. There's still plenty of meat and veg and potatoes in Paul Taylor's excellent study. So, Paul, thank you very much for being here to present the study. But first and foremost, thank you to the Minister and also for being our gracious host here in Lithuania, in Vilnius for our Security Defence Summit. Ambassador Smith, dear Julie, thank you so much for being with us today. Benedikta, thank you so much for being the clear voice of the European Union. Ruben, thank you also so much for joining us. Dharmendra, also thanks to you for taking such good care of events there in Brussels, and clearly you're way ahead of me when it comes to stimulating your audience. When I get back to Brussels, I'll book an appointment with you so that you could give me some healthy advice on how you do that. But we'll try to make up after lunch, and for the time being, again, thank you to everybody in the audiences, and I bring this report launch, at least for now, until Paul writes another one for Friends of Europe, to a close. Thank you.
Jamie, thank you very much. That's much appreciated. I'm sure that I hope you've organised a really good lunch for the folks over there. We have a lunch up here upstairs, people. We've eaten 15 minutes into it. I do apologise. So you have to be ready and perky back after your break for, we're coming back at, what's time? 12:45. So you've got just over half an hour to chat, mingle, and come back. Don't leave, because the next session, because you know there's a tendency after lunch, people go, okay, I've done the piece, and all the big people are going. We're talking about disinformation after lunch, and you know, what we don't have on the information here is that we've got some stars coming. So let that be an incentive for you to stay for lunch and then come back, and I can reveal the stars that are going to speak on our panel after lunch on disinformation. Thank you very much. Thank you all here, and please upstairs. Thank you very much.
1, 1, 1, 1. Est-ce qu'on m'entend dans le stream, dans VMix? Ben voilà. 1, 2. Louis, m'entends-tu? Louis? C'est bon? Allez, je te fais confiance.
1, 2, 1.
Come on, colleagues. Grab your coffee. Grab your coffee and join us. I'm trying to round up the stragglers. We've got quite a few upstairs who are just being totally disobedient. I can see that our colleagues in Vilnius are coming together as well. Just to explain to if you can hear me in Vilnius, we're just waiting for a few folk to make their way downstairs from the lunch. There we go.
Well, here.
Okay, let's make a start. I'm conscious of time, and we're already late in our time. So again, welcome back. Thank you for staying, having lunch, and still coming downstairs. I hope that's the same there in Vilnius. We have an excellent panel, and we have kind of a range of disciplines here in terms of the perspectives that we can bring to an issue that is defining and will shape our future. We all know that this thing that we are almost completely tied to morning, noon, and night is the purveyor and provider of all things information. And what we do know is quantum computing, artificial intelligence, etc., and so forth, have the capacity to influence us in ways that we don't even understand or recognize as yet. We're getting better. We're becoming more literate at the use of AI. But actually, we have no idea of its leaps and bounds it's making at the moment, especially in the underbelly in terms of what the private actors are doing. We have no idea, but it's phenomenal. And the ability to create sophisticated disinformation, deep fakes, and other matters is growing at an exponential rate, colleagues. And I don't think we've woken up to that. We seem to think, yeah, okay, things will grow at a certain pace. And then we're going to be smacked left field and actually realize that much of what we know is going to change dramatically in terms of how we consume, how we behave, and how we relate to each other, and how we vote. And so all of these things, and how we hate and love as well, will be increasingly shaped by algorithms and artificial intelligence in a way that we cannot imagine. And that's not counting for the fact that chips are being created to be implanted in the brain, in the wrist, and the hand, etc., that can do all sorts of things. So that's not to be too, let's say, depressing, but I think it's important to confront the reality of what's around us at the moment, not just in the future, around us now. And next year is going to be really interesting on so many levels. We have got some of the most significant elections taking place. You've got the European Parliament elections, you've got the US, you've got the UK, and a whole range of others. And, there's every scope for there to be a festival of disinformation all of next year. So on that note, I'm going to turn to colleagues in Vilnius first and invite Rihards. Rihards, you are Head of Communications at the State Chancellery of Latvia. The Baltics have become a bit of a showground and a centre of excellence on this agenda in a way that no one imagined, Rihards. And share with us why you think that's the case, what lessons we can learn in a brief way, and I suppose, given we are at this junction point before the NATO summit, what is the one thing you'd like from it on this agenda? Over to you and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Oh dear. It was such a smooth handover, didn't you think? Yeah. Okay. It's probably a connection issue, obviously. I'm looking at the technicians and they're looking at me.
Right.
Hey!
Now it's okay.
You're back. Excellent. Wonderful.
Planet Vilnius is back.
Brilliant. Planet Vilnius is back. You heard my question, or do you want me to repeat it?
Oh, so can you repeat the question and also repeat who you're asking it to, because we didn't get you introducing my two panelists.
No, okay, so it's Rihards I was speaking to, sorry, from the Chancellery of Latvia. And my question... Rihards. I can't get over the fact there's no C in it, and I can't pronounce it really well. So my apologies. So the question to you was how is it that the Baltics have become this centre of excellence almost, showing others in Europe how to do the things that you're doing, especially in relation to disinformation and tackling it, and as a part of that. And as a result of that, what's the one thing you'd like from the summit, the NATO summit? Over to you.
Thanks. Thanks for having me at this a summit before the summit in Vilnius. Very high time and brilliant choice of topic for one of the panel discussions and questions. Well, over the last year, over the last 482 days to be precise, we, the Baltics, have been called all kinds of ways and use different words. So, for example, you told us we should have listened to you when it comes to Russia. Well, so why didn't you? We have been called previously Russophiles, and now we have turned into Russo-realists. So, well, guess what? We always were Russo-realists when it comes to Russia. And also, we have heard from countries, some countries in the West, that previously doubted whether some 20-plus years ago, whether taking in the Baltic states and Latvia particularly, whether it will actually make the European Union and NATO stronger, or will it make it weaker? Well, guess what? These doubts have gone away over the last year because we are at the forefront of the support to Ukraine. We are devoting and have devoted to Ukraine close to 1.3% of our GDP over the last year. If you look at the Kiel Institute data, we are top 1, top 2. Basically, you see all the Baltics are at the top. We make alliance stronger by developing those niche capabilities we discussed this morning when it comes to energy, information, cyber, hybrid, and including on strategic communications, of course, obviously. And when it comes to defense spending, we are actually spending well over 2% of our GDP for quite some time, and we are moving actually to reach 3% of GDP quite soon in the next few years. So yes, and why do we do that? We do that for the simple reason that because Russia is the largest and most direct and imminent threat to us, to the Baltics, to Latvia, and to the alliance. And of course, this is the thinking, answering your question that you asked about what is our expectations when it comes to NATO summit in Vilnius, is to recognize Russia and call it as it is, a most direct and imminent threat to NATO. And all the decisions when it comes to us, to deterrence and defense, all the decisions that come via Ukraine and enlargement of NATO come from that thinking. And yes, so what is the Baltic recipe for countering Russia, for containing Russia, what are for countering Russia's to achieve its objectives and the malicious intent it has towards us, including in the information front? And the answer is resilience. Resilience is, because investing in resilience is much more strategic, it's much more forward-looking, and it's much more, it prepares us for different threats, not just from Russia, but also from China in the future and other directions. It also prepares us for different contingencies, for different adversary types of. And essentially, if you look at resilience, there are different definitions. There are NATO guidelines on resilience and also similar work within the European Union. But essentially, resilience consists of 5 elements. So first element, we need a plan, a strategy, and it comes from starting from individual level to institutional level to state level. We need a plan, what we will do during an emergency, during a war. What is our strategy? How do we respond to that? And we have strategies. We have individual strategies, what we will do. And similarly, we have defense plans, and we also look forward to NATO to adopt its tailored regional plans with very specific actions in them. The second element, the resilience needs, is capabilities, capacities, knowledge, know-how, how to react during an emergency. And for that, we have also a different type. When it comes to information frontline in Latvia, we are building this on a whole of government, whole of society approach, and building resilience of society, including through media literacy, including through critical thinking, including through training government agencies. How to monitor disinformation, how to respond to disinformation effectively in information operations. And for example, last year we have been one of the first countries within the European Union and NATO to adopt a national concept on strategic communication and information space security for the following 5 years. And this includes also a manual, a handbook available for every civil servant, for everyone living in Latvia, on how to recognize and counter malicious methods, tactics used by the Kremlin over the past few decades against Latvia, how to recognize them, how to counter them, and how to tell the Latvia's story and narrative of Latvia strongly and effectively. The third element resilience needs is a social capital and networking. You need friends, you need allies during an emergency. The same goes when it comes to NATO. We have enhanced forward presence already since the decision was taken at NATO summit in Warsaw, and then deployed the following year in the Baltics. So we're very happy and working with our allies and everyone contributing to enhance forward presence in Latvia, and we are looking forward to even to upscaling it to brigade level, and we have seen very good signals there. Fourth element is trust. During emergency, we want people to trust the government, trust media, trust institutions, and this is a challenge we all experiencing now during the COVID time. The trust issue, trust in the governments, trust in the public media, but also commercial, has eroded, and we have to work seriously on how to get these trust levels back. And the fifth one is resources. I mentioned already briefly the defense pledge, that 2% should be only the floor, not the ceiling. Any plan, any strategy without resources will be just a pipe dream. It will be just a mirage. So we need to back a strategy with credible resources. So in a nutshell, if I had to mention only 3 things from NATO summit: implementation of Madrid decisions already decided last year when it comes to deterrence and defense. Second, credible, I repeat, support, both political and practical, to Ukraine. And third, I'd say, is to see Sweden in NATO, because also, to quote Finnish colleagues from all levels, from the highest to lower, recently, they have said that Finnish accession to NATO is not complete without Sweden joining. I'd say the same goes for Latvia. We also see that the Baltic Sea is becoming a NATO sea, and we hopefully will be able to call this Baltic Sea a NATO sea already by the time of Vilnius summit in the next few weeks.
I can see why you're appointed as head of strategic communications. You've done a really good job on that, and with your phrasing is neat. The one thing I'd like you to think about and come back to is that one of the biggest challenges to us in the next 12 months will be, as in the context of these elections, is how do you support ordinary people living ordinary lives to distinguish falsehoods, lies, and the truth? And a handbook sounds neat, but it sounds really analog rather than digital. And I'm sure you don't mean that you're handing out handbooks to citizens across Latvia. Perhaps you are, but I'm thinking that you've found a different kind of app or something to make sure that happens. But think about that, would you, for us, and I'll come back to you. On the issue of elections, I'm going to now turn here. And to European Parliament. Unfortunately, Delphine couldn't make it, she's not well. And so we have a representative from her office to join us. Chris, thank you for making the time at short notice. And I know you haven't had much time. But hey, your job is to step in and communicate. So I would like you to think about the elections. And obviously you are. Share with us how next year will be so much more different, or not, from your perspective, to the last set of elections we had in Europe. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you very much. And apologies from Delphine, who's really frustrated not to be here herself. So I will do my best to fill her shoes. And thank you for focusing on elections. Unsurprisingly, the European Parliament is extremely interested in elections. And we're looking at quite a different information environment now compared to 5 years ago when we were preparing for 2019. It's not to say at that time disinformation was entirely new. Of course, we were really aware of foreign interference, really aware of disinformation issues. We saw what happened in US elections. We saw what happened with the Brexit vote. So these things were certainly not new to us. And perhaps they were the first elections where we really became conscious of the fact that those elections were not just about different political views and the debate between left, right, and center, but between trust in what's true and false, trust in the process. And of course, as you see yourselves, this is only magnified as we approach the next elections. Of course, everyone will quote the same things, but we didn't anticipate COVID-19. It was an extremely devastating pandemic, not just, of course, from a point of view of human health, but also in terms of deepening divisions in society. And since we're talking about foreign interference, it's important to mention that that didn't happen entirely organically. Of course, there are reasons why people are frustrated. There are many reasons, but there was foreign interference in that. We saw the Kremlin launch a campaign suggesting that the AstraZeneca virus could give you monkey DNA. Absurd as it sounds, that was one of the conspiracy theories that was actively being pushed. We saw a Chinese government official on Twitter, ironically since Twitter's banned within China, but on Twitter suggesting that perhaps the virus had originated in a US biolab. So we have to be conscious of the fact there was foreign interference. And then add on that, of course, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, as if things weren't bad enough already in the information space. So that's what we're dealing with. Of course, it's a more difficult environment. And elections are a real test of democracy. It's democracy in action. It's a vulnerable time, but also an opportunity. It's the time we see people come together and actually give credibility to the institutions that represent them. And I will just outline, I guess, 3 main points or principles in terms of how we look at countering the threats. And it will, if it sounds a little bit like what Rihards said, I promise I didn't just copy him because I'm here last minute. These were really things we wanted to say. Firstly, about not acting alone. He talked about a whole of society approach. It's a phrase you'll hear again and again, but it's really vital. We know that alone we're not very effective. If we want to build trust, we have to do that collectively. That means lawmakers in the European Parliament. It means civil society, educators, and many others. And speaking as someone who's very much, I consider myself more of a sort of practitioner than a true expert in many ways. I'm involved in training and things like that. If we talk about whole of society approach in sort of very real terms, it means simple things like perhaps exchanging training materials, exchanging information on how we actually monitor and understand disinformation so we really have a common picture of that. So I can't talk about the European Parliament without talking about legislation, of course. It's my second point. Legislation must play its part. We know that good intentions and voluntary action are not enough. If we go back to the time before last elections, it's largely what we had in place. 2018, the year before European elections, no surprise on the timing, We had the Code of Practice launched. It was the first of its kind in the world. There's many positive things to say about it, but it's unsurprising that now our members are really looking to regulation to play its part while understanding that it cannot provide a complete solution. Some specifics on that, you'll be aware, I suppose, of the Digital Services Act that was adopted by the European Parliament in September, and it's gradually being implemented now, phased in, and will be fully enforced by February next year. And just last week, the European Parliament adopted its position on the Artificial Intelligence Act. Again, this will be the first such legislation in the world, and it will set regulation according to levels of risk, but also encourage innovation in safe environments. Let's not talk only of threats. Of course, it presents opportunities. And Parliament's position is that generative AI, such as ChatGPT and deepfakes, must be transparent, to avoid misleading people. That said, again, coming back to my role as more of a sort of practitioner dealing with nuts and bolts, we're right to be concerned about technology. We're right to be impressed and fearful sometimes of what technology can do. But in terms of what we see at the European Parliament, in terms of manipulation attempts on the European Parliament, often it's very basic. We kind of call them cheap fakes rather than deep fakes. Disinformation actors are not always investing in some fancy technology. It can be enough just to take a screenshot of a draft resolution from the European Parliament and say on a Twitter account, this is what Parliament's saying, when actually it only reflects a minority position. Or one almost comical example we had not so long ago was a TV news report of a Parliament plenary vote, and it was dubbed over in Russian with an announcement that the Parliament was handing out free MasterCards for everybody, with 300 euros credit on. Sadly, not true. But it goes to show that you don't need fancy technology for that. You can just simply dub over an existing report. So that's my little aside. Of course, AI Act and so on, but it's important to remember that this can often be done cheaply as well. Media Freedom Act, I think colleagues in Vilnius might talk about that too. It's still very much at a discussion stage in the European Parliament, so I won't say so much on that. We're going to see more in terms of voting after the summer. And to say, to emphasize, of course, regulation has its limits. No one, if we want a healthy democracy, we're not going to think the regulation is going to have the answers. And it's a very difficult topic to regulate because we have to, of course, maintain freedom of expression as fundamental. If you haven't read, so Chris Kremidas, who is going to be moderator here today and unfortunately couldn't come, he published a very interesting article, I think, last week in preparation for this. So if you haven't read it, do take the chance. And one of the points he said that struck me was about internet traffic, that more than half, or a little more than half, I think, is bots rather than human activity, or it's around half-half. And that's really important for us, I think, when we're talking about managing this space. And before we point accusations of censorship and things like that, we are here to defend freedom of speech for people, not for robots. And I think that's a kind of comment that's been made by the European Commissioner Vera Jourova as well. Finally, I would say it's really important to trust in our message and communicate it. The title of this panel is about guarding the information front, and of course, to some extent, we do have to be protective. We have to protect our processes, protect our elections. But I would say we can't only be defensive. We have to be proactive, and that means things like media literacy programs that Rihards talked about, and we know that pre-bunking is more effective than debunking. And simply, so if I just finish with a kind of final thought, which kind of comes really from our special committee. So the European Parliament had a special committee working on foreign interference and disinformation issues over the last 3 years. They looked at the different risks. It's important to say, of course, that Russia and China are not the only actors. There are many countries engaging, but there are different levels of risk, and it's important to remember that. And in terms of what to expect, yes, perhaps we can't necessarily anticipate a pandemic or an invasion. Well, some say we should have done, but certainly, we can't always anticipate those things. But what we can anticipate to some degree is the narratives and the techniques that are going to come in this election, because they've been repeated over and over at national level in other countries. We need to learn from that. We need to work together to counter them. Thank you.
Chris, thank you very much. Really effective and informative. But the one thing that occurs to me from everything you've said is that we know the size of the challenge that's ahead of us. We know that there will be a massive disinformation campaign on so many levels, and it's going to be both East and West Coast. I mean, we're talking about both in Europe, in the US, and elsewhere, given the elections that are taking place. I suppose the one thing, and perhaps people in the audience can ask that question as well, but don't we need something more concerted, collective, and combined to make this a thing that we do ahead of time, plan and prepare for it, so that every region, every member state, etc., has something that it can use and mobilize to ensure literacy and tackle disinformation? Not for you to answer right now, but it feels like we're talking about it. We can see the wave coming, but I feel a sense of that we're actually, rather than kind of doing something to protect us and prevent it, we're going to be running right into it and be washed over by it. But that's my thinking. But let's hope that's not the case. But thank you very much. I think the point that you make, and also it is a shame that Chris can't be here. If you haven't caught the article, go to our website and please do get a chance to read it. But Chris has come up with a really natty phrase in the context of AI and all that means. He's written a piece about cognitive self-determination. And when you think about it, just have to think about cognitive self-determination, because one of the things that this AI world is going to do is take a little bit of this out. And our brain is not going to be working to the best of its capabilities. So it's quite an interesting piece for us to think about how we use this, which is meant to be one of the most sophisticated computers in the world, actually, but has every opportunity to be manipulated, and our cognitive capabilities will be far reduced if we're not aware of it. So on that point, I'm going to come to you, Hanna. Thank you for joining us. You're someone who is steeped in this. You're an expert in this, and you're the CEO of something called Earhart Business Protection Agency. I call her a private sector intelligence bureau chief. She's one of the only ones, actually, by the way. But she doesn't do bad things. She does things for good, I assure you. But it's great to have you. Because the point of you doing what you do is that you have a deeper awareness than a lot of us about what's going on, both under the surface, but also you're able to look ahead as a result of that in terms of what's coming. So can you share with us your kind of reflections on how we're coping, because I'm not sure we're actually even coping, but how we're coping with disinformation or guarding information, and from your perspective, what's ahead of us? Give us a look into the future as to what we should be thinking about and preparing for. Hanna, over to you.
Well, thank you, Dharmendra. I'm just going to pick up my crystal ball and put it here on the table. Well, I'm really glad that Chris here mentioned the article that Chris Kremidas-Courtney wrote, because it's called From Countering Disinformation to Cognitive Self-Determination. And that's actually where we're going. But if we look at, we are really reactive today, and we work in separate fields countering disinformation in different way. It's a combatant field. The troll factories we read about in the news in 2016, 2017, that was yesterday, and that is what we prepare for. We prepare for disinformation that's going to attack us. But the information landscape is totally different from 2017. I mean, so much things have happened. I mean, just look at deep fake, or you said cheap fakes. I love that as well. Altogether providing cyber criminals and hostile actors with many, many sophisticated options to do disinformation really, really quickly. I don't know, many of you probably seen the picture of Donald Trump get arrested, for example. A deep fake picture that was spread internationally in seconds. Artificial intelligence has the potentiality to create disinformation automatically without any humans involved. But it's also the ultimate tool for discrimination. Because, as Chris said, only 52% on the internet communication comes from humans. We also know that we have in the world about 7,000 languages and dialects. But we also know that only 7% of them are reflected in the internet. We know that 98% of the web pages or the information landscape and the communication are in just 12 languages. So if you think about that, and you think about, for example, AI like ChatGPT that got this information from the internet, it's a pretty angular picture. And just so you know ChatGPT is actually programmed in Africa, in Kenya. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So I believe that we have a base, we're building everything on that. We think that internet has everything. It doesn't. It has a picture from our perspective and the status of internet communication. And I am a bit worried that we are keeping on doing disinformation strategies based on 2017 knowledge that we think are going to happen again, when artificial intelligence is going to burst through and do a lot more things in different levels, more specific, and people tend to believe moved pictures and film clips more than text. It's quite easy when you see a film clip out on the internet on something dramatic that you believe it. So I think we're going to see a different arena. I think it's going to go so much quicker, and artificial intelligence make its own decisions. It's not a human that make the decision, but artificial intelligence is not biased if the creator is not biased or the content is not biased. So I'm not going to talk for too long, but I think we have some things we can do. I think we have a lot of regulations going in that are really good. We need to increase the knowledge at decision makers level in the world. It's constantly the same problem when we are talking to decision makers in the European Union, in the US, and other countries, that they don't really understand the technology behind it, so I usually call them digital tourists, and they're making decisions for our digital natives' future, our children. We need to involve tech industry in all levels when we talk about countering disinformation. We have to be closer together because we have a cognitive landscape that are produced by businesses in the world with different agendas. Mostly, they have a pretty hard financial agenda. They are on the stock market and they have a stock price to live up to. And you know that fake news always travels a little bit faster than real news, so they actually make a little bit more money out of it. That's a tough one if you are the CFO. And we need to regulate data input in artificial intelligence. What is allowed to be used? So I think that I was actually in the Economic and Social Committee last week or the week before and talked about the AI Act. And it's a good intention, but it's quite impossible. But you can regulate what are you allowed to connect. Are you allowed to connect weapon system and make the AI decide, am I going to shoot or not? That's not a good idea. I don't think so. We could be if you have a human with poor judgment. But maybe you can use AI for other things. For example, prioritizing the work schedule or something like that. So if you're going to regulate things, please do it in the right level and the input of data. But I think when it comes to disinformation, we have a challenge now. And we need to cooperate much, much more, both on authority level, country level, and absolutely involve the tech industry.
Great, Hanna, thank you very much. Much appreciated. I'm going to, before I go to other speakers, is open up the space for questions. Vilnius first, obviously. So, Paul, over to you, if there are any questions from the audience there in response to what they've heard so far.
We had a very quiet audience in Vilnius this morning, Dharmendra, so I'm looking hopefully, expectantly at our audience to see if somebody would like to raise their hand. Not a forest of hands here at the moment, so why don't you go first and I'll see if I can
We have a forest of hands here, Paul. You just can't see them. Everyone's itching to ask the question. And again, I'd love to have a bit of gender balance. Perfect, on the same row, man and a woman. Wonderful, thank you. Introduce yourselves, please.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Eftimiou. I used to work in the European Parliament, so I have a special, let's say, soft spot for the European Parliament. Now, this Russian disinformation on the COVID, like monkeys, I didn't see. On the contrary, I received a lot from the United States, I have to say. And I still receive them, how bad the COVID vaccine was. And I can give you the site if you want, and it comes from my email letterbox. Do we actually take that into account as well, or do we focus on China, Russia, Iran, I don't know, exclusively, which would be, of course, a great pity. And also, I saw the little cartoon. I mean, if there was misinformation on the Brexit, that was not from Russia. I'm sorry, because Farage, I know him personally.
Oh, well, I'm not sure if that's a good thing to announce, but never mind. But no, before you hand over the mic, so what's your... I mean, you're clearly pointing to the perception that there's an imbalance of who we are targeting. But globally, we know, I mean, look at what happened in the Trump era of, the misinformation that led in so many ways to his rise and fall, let's say potentially. But we know the Cambridge Analytica. It was found that it was absolutely manipulating stuff in the UK. But I suppose the question is, how do we make sure this is seen as a global threat rather than simply a regional or a just one country threat? Thank you for that point.
Nicholas White from APCO Worldwide, but speaking in a personal capacity,
what a pity. What a pity. Never mind.
I'll come back to that later, perhaps. I think it's brilliant that policymakers and industry leaders are considering the question of disinformation from the point of view of attempting to crack down at the point of production. I think there's if you'll forgive me for diverting into a slightly different but very important and related topic, I think the real issue is actually consumption. And we need to train ourselves and our children and our elderly relatives and our in-laws to take information more critically and not to simply believe the first thing that they see on the internet that makes them feel angry or happy or whatever. This is very difficult because the people who are designing disinformation are doing so with full knowledge of how to exploit human psychology. It's also going to be difficult because it means that our information, the truth, is going to be subject to just the same sort of scrutiny, if we're doing it properly, that the lies should be. So we're going to have to deal with a situation where it's not sufficient to yell the truth in a slightly louder voice than the people who are yelling the lies are using. We're going to have to be able to stand it up, to support it with evidence, and we're going to need to do it again and again and again, and we're going to need to train our friends, our neighbours, our relatives in doing that. And I haven't heard very much about that from anybody, not just today, but not at all.
Indeed, no, thank you for that point. But can you just imagine, I'm sure you go to cafes, bars, restaurants, etc., and you can see, even new couples, regardless of gender, like that first on the phone, and it is so prolific and pervasive, right? It's going to be difficult to find routes into saying to a group of teenagers or older people who are suddenly making connections for the first time in their life to people they haven't seen for years, but are able to speak to on FaceTime every day, for example, to say, actually, you need to be trained differently. So we need to find different ways, don't we, and modalities to be able to get in there. But your point is absolutely well made. But I think you're saying is that I suppose if it's not regulation, we need to find some sort of community engagement approach before, the end, the end of truth as we know it, basically, in society. So, which is a really sad proposition. Hanna, can I first come to you to respond to some of those 2 points? And then, Rihards, I'm going to come to you to tackle that issue, if I may, about, are we just being regional in our focus? I mean, I'm mindful of your opening comments about Russia, but you'll have a view on the point that was made by the lady there about, this is not just China or Russia, but much wider. Hanna.
Is it on? Yeah. I was so glad you brought up the COVID disinformation landscape, because I was working with monitoring and putting together the different actors in the disinformation landscape, and it from a researcher perspective was super interesting. My mainly focus was on the 5G story, when someone published on Twitter that it's not a pandemic, it's actually radiation damage to your cells. That's why people getting sick. And it's actually ended up with more than 333 cell towers were burnt down under the hashtag #BurnBabyBurn. So this information is powerful, but you have to understand the platforms, because now I can actually answer two questions in the same time, because the system is built to be addictive. The platform owner build addictive systems because they want you to stay online. The longer time you're online, the more money they make. That's why you ended up at the toilet with your legs sleeping, because you have been scrolling on your phone. It's a quite common problem, I heard. That's the challenge. It's a technical challenge that you have to think about. Or do we need to regulate the use of user data? Because that's what they're using. They're using my data to create content that is so addictive that I can't stop. I'm a researcher. I've been working with this for 25 years, actually. I read my first report about disinformation in 1999. And still, I'm getting stuck by my phone, looking at just stuff online that I think is super interesting and really fun, because it's addictive. And I promise you, I've been to the US and look at the next coming developments of system. It's getting so much worse. You're going to love it. So that's one of the problems. Yeah, this is like opium for the people. The next challenge is disinformation landscape. It's people and bots creating disinformation that's going to affect the public. Anyone can own a bot factory. Artificial intelligence is easy to come over, it's cheap, and anyone can start it. The difficulty that also the platform has is to identify who is behind. And if you look at the research behind the Facebook scandal in 2016, the research was 16 and 17, and the authorities asked, is Russia behind this? And Facebook were looking, okay, do we have any Russian accounts? Yeah, we have some. And they said, well, it's not so many. But in the next level, they said, okay, how many of these accounts use Russian language on the keyboard before they changed to English when they were publishing? Oh, now there are quite more actors out there. So it's an investigation to find the source behind. It's really, really hard. And I don't know how many of you heard about the QAnon movement that was first heard of in the US. It's quite big in Europe. I come from Sweden. We have a lot of QAnon narratives. The governments are stealing our children and stuff like that. When I look at the data, and as you said, I come from the intelligence world and I love to dig in stuff, I actually ended up not in Russia, I ended up in time zone 8. And I don't say anything more than that, but I'm just looking at the posts and the data.
Thank you very much. Rihard, briefly, because I want to move to our last two contributors, but again, as ever, there's never enough time. Your views, Rihard, on the question about, is our focus too specific on a certain region or a country? Should we be thinking more globally? And any views on that?
Yes, it will be hard, of course, for me to comment. It will be hard, of course, for me to comment on particular contents of that newsletter the lady is receiving. But just because it's not in Kirillits, or it seems that it comes from US, it doesn't mean that there's not Russia behind it. And this would be my first comment. At the same time, I think you're quite right when you say it's not always only Russia. There are other actors. I mean, we see it perfectly. We did information space monitoring. We provided this service for all government institutions in Latvia. And we see, of course, there's a lot of also homegrown content. Some of them might be connected sometimes with Russia or other authoritarian regimes. That's the work for intelligence agencies to sort it out. Sometimes they are just the useful idiots, and sometimes there are just really confused people who need to invest heavily in media literacy and critical thinking skills, or they need help from their relatives and friends who can talk with them, and they have much better chances of support of convincing the people through a very frank conversation that those QAnon and other conspiracy theories on flat Earth and whatnot are just a simple BS, to call the spade a spade. But yes, you are completely right. There are other actors. We should have, therefore, as I mentioned in my introductory remarks, the strategy should be and focus should be on resilience, and resilience in a sense that this prepares us for any adversary and any adversity, I'd say, be it civil or military, or be it just on a daily basis. if you teach people how to recognize techniques, methods of manipulation, and not go so much into the narratives, go a bit away from the traditional approach of just debunking and fact-checking, and more into resilience building, recognizing techniques, not just and what I mean by media literacy is also essential to underline. It's not just about checking your facts or checking who's the author of the article, or whether there is the image corresponds to the context of the article, and so on and so forth. It's also about creating content. It's about sharing content. It's also about trusting in traditional, good, quality, independent media and consuming them. Again, teaching our children and other people the actual value of the real media compared to the things they read on TikToks and watch on TikToks and other platforms.
Thank you. I'm going to cut you short because we're running out of time. But you're making all the right points. But I just wonder, people in this room, and perhaps we know there are quite a few young people here I can see that may hang out in bars and cafes, etc., and be thinking, God, this is a pile of crap. Because when you, and I'm not, this is not a dig at you or anybody else that uses the word resilience. It is such a powerful, important word, phrase, and meaning, but we use it in a hackneyed manner without really unpacking it. We really need to say what we mean by it, because Andrew Tate might be seen as resilient for young men in terms of building resilience for young men, and my God, how awful is that? So we need to be really clear about what we mean and what the practical strategies a government policymaker could do. And you're so right, Hanna, in the sense that there are so many politicians who haven't got a Scooby about what's going on. And we need to find a level of trust between saying that even though you're a private actor, suspend your profit margin, work with us to create social common good. And I think we need to get to that point so that actually legislators can really bring in people that know what they're talking about. Nerijus, I want to bring you in briefly because I'm running out of time. I want you to focus on, if I may, is this notion of the ghostwriter. Tell us a little bit about that, and then wind your way towards the NATO summit and say what's the one thing you'd like, very briefly. But very good to have you.
Thank you. I would maybe wind the way to ghostwriter from the things that were already said. I wanted to start by excellent quote by Thomas Rid, who researched Soviet-type active measures, and he looked into the history of such kind of influence operations and put that in contemporary context. And he said that nowadays active measures become more active and less measured. And in this respect, I really would like to link this to the idea of cheap fakes and all the automation that we have. It's still about manipulating perception, but the technology makes it a lot more easier, a lot more even intriguing to do such kind of operations. And the ghostwriter operations is exactly the practical case that I, together with my colleagues, research. Some groups look into Operation Ghostwriter more from a digital forensic perspective. I'm more of a social science animal, so I look into it from more of a history of propaganda and information war. And this is experience I would like us to have in mind when we are approaching the Vilnius summit and we are experiencing the disinformation attacks that we have on a daily basis. Because Operation Ghostwriter started with the previous NATO summit. It was Warsaw NATO summit back in 2016, where very important decisions were taken relating to our Baltic region security forward presence battalions, where put in place and so on, and therefore Kremlin decided to react to this new reality somehow. They couldn't react as they did in Ukraine, so they chose this hybrid approach or kind of information approach. And I would like to maybe explain this Operation Ghostwriter, not in many interesting and intriguing details, but just to put it in the context of traditional classic communication process. The question we are discussing actually the whole of society approach. We have to do it the same way, the whole of a research approach, or the context of what we are speaking about. Who is doing the operation? What's the messaging? How they are channeling it? What's the audience? That was the question from your audience about psychology and so on. It's about us, right? And then the question of the effect. So if we look into the ghostwriter case, it's the whole list, a whole bunch of ghostwriters who write anti-NATO, anti-Baltic stuff in the various kind of news portals, blogs, and so on. We have, for example, I'm joking, we have several Lithuanian writers, we have several Latvian writers, and so on. They are all invented personas, but they have their legends, they have their kind of mystique. One, for example, Adomėnas is my colleague. I'm joking, but he says that he is a political scientist and he writes about political issues and so on and so on. So this is an interesting way. You get into the shoes of the perpetrator and you think how creatively to do an operation, right? So you have to have a credibility behind the source. So you create a legend behind the source, right? Then you have to create a messaging, which is, again, very interesting from 2016-17. They were specifically targeting NATO troops in Latvia, Lithuania. Then they turned attention to Poland, and then there were cases when they actually targeted elections already in Germany and so on. So the thing here is that with their messaging, with their narratives, we in the Baltic states are like a testing ground, right? So they started with us, they see what's working, what's not, and then they are going, full house somewhere in a bigger audiences, more important targets and so on. Then the issue with channels that they choose is, again, a very interesting technical approach, because they are not using traditional media channels anymore. For example, they are hijacking social media accounts, even of prominent politicians, and then turning those accounts into, spreaders of those fakes. They are creating fake media outlets, and they are doing this spinning of the situation. And I can go on with those channels as well. But the question with the audience, again, whom they are targeting. For example, in the previous years, that the target of Ghostwriter was mainly local audience, local Lithuanian language, be it Latvian language or Polish language. They were doing it in a kind of a localized manner. But we, as already my colleague mentioned, we are quite, from information war fronts ready for such kind of, attacks. And we, our filters straight away saw the situation. So they turned to English language messaging. And this is quite interesting. They turn to audiences that are not here locally, but they are telling stories about us. For example, somewhere in, I don't know, Germany, America, Israel, and so on, in English language. And then they are learning on the process. And to wrap up this, the question of effect is a very important question, because somehow, traditionally, from idea of researching propaganda, researching disinformation, we have this idea stuck in our heads that it's about changing the mindset of the audience, the mindset of the hearts and minds of the society, and so on. In many respects, when we speak about cheap fakes or, active measures not so measured. It's about creating basically distrust, creating noise, and that's it. And that's enough. What Peter Pomerantsev said, nothing is true, everything is possible, looking from a Russian perspective.
Sure, but can I ask you to focus on?
It's not necessarily the change of mindset. It's the creating of a distrust and right conditions for your own political agendas to proceed.
But
so
can I just interrupt you a second?
My time, and I will stop here. In case there will be questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
I don't think we're going to have time for that. I do apologize. Sorry. Clearly, there's been a kind of a gap there's a time delay in me being able to communicate with you. But thank you for that. The only thing I can say to you is you didn't answer my question about what you want from NATO summit, but don't worry about that. Perhaps you can tell us in your final remarks. But also, I think that let's not forget that the majority of the people that we're talking about, ordinary people, well, we're ordinary people too. What I mean is, don't forget that, nearly 60% of the world lives in poverty, if not more. In Europe, we know literacy levels are really low. There are a lot of poor people in urban centres all across Europe who do not have literacy and who don't care because they don't feel part of society. So we need to get a reel and get a grip about how do you engage with that, because they are the fertile ground and territory for changing habits, influencing behaviour, and either shifting to the right or shifting in different ways. So I think the point I think, Hanna, you were making about data is really important. Who owns it, who uses it, and who protects it. And that's something we need to get to the heart of and get a grip on. On that point, Karen, last but not least, our very favourite household good, Google. And so I always say this to her, don't worry, because she knows I'm not being really facetious at all. But you are a household name, a brand. Everyone uses you. Everyone's kind of used to, Google whopping, etc. ChatGPT might be taking over you, but to a certain extent, but you never know. But
I think that's another discussion.
Exactly, I know, absolutely. But Karen, you are a major private actor, and you have you have a great social responsibility to protect us, if I can put it that way, in terms of data or, from foreign actors or our data not being, used for malign purposes. Just say a little bit about what you're doing around disinformation. And the second part of, your contribution, what I'd like to focus on is that, is a voluntary code of conduct really the way to go? And I know that's like a contradiction in terms to ask a private actor to say that, but I'd like to hear your views.
Thank you very much. Well, very nice to be speaking here. I will also try to encompass the conversation as well that was held. So I think, we have a real responsibility towards our users, and I think we really feel that disinformation is not something we want to have, because we want quality for our users and we want the trust of our users. So we actually invest millions in the technology and also in the people, basically to fight illegal content and also misinformation. So it's quite complex, and things are always evolving. And I think, Hanna, you were talking about AI. I mean, AI is also a fantastic tool to actually fight misinformation. But of course, it's about, as you said, technology is coming up all the time. So the bad guys are using the new technologies to come up with new things. So we need to be constantly ahead. And I think this is where, as private companies, I think we can help basically the different, actors to try to do that. It's also as complex as when you have offline. I mean, Dharmendra, you were talking, when you've got people, in the restaurant start talking. It's not easy to stop that. Well, it's also not easy to do that online as well. And I mean, we saw with COVID, COVID didn't exist, and suddenly there was COVID everywhere. We had to come up with 200 policies about how to fight misinformation within weeks to give you an idea of the size. And I mean, in terms of where misinformation is operating for us, it's mainly on search, YouTube, and also on ads. And what we do is basically we remove all the illegal content, so you would not see that anymore. We reduce when it's borderline content, so you would find it into page 2 or 3. And we leave it there because it's important for democratic reason to have freedom of speech. We're not there to stop content. And we also raise authoritative content, so things from like publishers, things from governments would be raised as well, so you would find that on top. And we also reward the quality. So we pay publishers, we pay content creators, so that the content can actually be published. And, you know, just Hanna, you were saying that, you know, we like to make money. I mean, we actually demonetize a lot. We're responsible. I mean, in 2021, we demonetized 122 million pages. And we also demonetize 9.3 million advertisements per day. So just to give you an idea, you know, this is, when you think about the size of things, you also have to think about how humongous it is. And I wanted to go back to what Chris was saying. So that's what we're doing. But of course, we just can't do it alone. So there is about media literacy, educating people. And that's a very, very important part, you know, as Nicolas was saying. So for instance, you know, people need to have critical thinking. So what we developed last year is when you do a search, I don't know, what's happening in Ukraine, you have 3 little dots on the right. And I encourage you to go and see it because it basically says, what about this search? And it's going to tell you, you know, who are the sources, how accurate and trustworthy are the sources. And this, you know, within a year has been used 2.4 billion times within 1 year. So you can see there is an appetite for people to understand more context about what's happening. We also train journalists. We trained 90,000 journalists about how to understand what are the sources, the accurate sources, how to find information. And we also work with libraries because a lot of students actually go to libraries to get information. And one thing, we know we've done an interesting pilot which is called pre-bunking, which is basically it's like you vaccinate people before disinformation is happening. So we've done a pilot in the CE countries, and we work with searchers over there, and then we saw that there were some misinformation about the fact that, you know, Ukrainian refugees were stealing the flats, so you could not find flats anymore to rent, or they were doing petty crime. And so what we've done actually, that we've done like short videos, which were actually talking about that and explaining that, you know, they will receive this kind of misinformation and that actually they need to understand this is misinformation. And we actually broadcasted that in it's been seen by 25 million people in Poland, Czech and Slovakia. So about 1/4 or 1/3 of the population is actually humongous. And we saw that the people who've seen that actually are more receptive to understand that there will be disinformation and they can actually see that much more. And finally, I mean, it is about the partnership, as Chris was saying. I mean, all of us, we can't do that alone. So we work with a lot of fact checkers. We sponsor a lot of literacy programs which are happening. You know, for instance, we gave 25 million to the European Media Freedom Fund, and it's doing a lot of projects in 21 countries, and that's really important. And actually, in the CE, we work with some think tanks to actually, you know, increase basically the fact checkers, because you've got the languages, and also you need to be able, with the size of it, to actually get much more people to find that. And on the parliament elections, I mean, it's fundamental. There is also going to be this time 4 countries which are going to have people, from the age of 16 who are going to be vote. So giving them the information, giving them the right information, also fighting against disinformation is going to be quite important for democracy. And we're already working with the parliament on that. Thank you.
That's good to know. Because, I mean, it's a good reminder, 20% of the voting population at the European Parliament elections are going to be first-timers, and most of them 16-year-olds. And that's a good thing, I think, but it's also a responsibility of public actors to make sure that they are not abused in various ways, especially in terms of the choices and the habits they employ. I've run out of time. Completely and fundamentally. So I can't come back to any of you. I am so sorry. The one thing that, you know, is important for us to know, because, you know, we've got at the back, we've got the Deputy Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General of NATO looking at me. He said, thank you for being here so early. And there's no airs or graces. There's no ego there. He's been there for 10, 15 minutes. There you go. So my apologies. I won't keep you waiting for much longer. But all I can say is that, you know, let's not just watch this space. Let's do something about it, because we need to get to the heart of the fact that sometimes what we're seeing is the manifestation of disinformation. We're not understanding who owns it, who practices and how they do it. And the heart of it goes to data. It's about We don't know who uses our data, who owns it, and how it's regulated. Perhaps we heard, on the visit from the UK Prime Minister to the US and with Biden thinking that we need a global forum. We've been asking for that for some time, at least 5 or 6 years, that we need a global approach and a global regulatory framework for AI. Let's see what comes out of it. But, let's hope that this is not the end of truth as we know it. I really do hope that's not the case. The next panel is about navigating the choppy waters of uncertainty post-war Russian invasion. We're going to have James, as I said, James Aputarai. We have Kilka, Under-Secretary of Political Affairs at the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And then we have someone who sounds like a James Bond, Christopher Steele, head of Orbis. He's the former head of Russia desk at MI6. So don't go away. All of those are really interesting contributors. And I'm not being rude. Thank you here for being fantastic. Thank you there for being fantastic. Thank you all very much. Get some air, have some coffee, 5-7 minutes, and I'll come and grab you all. Thank you very much. Hello. Come on, everybody. Take your seats. Great. I'm just checking. Yes, we are. We're connected to Vilnius. Great. Come. Please take your seats. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Margarita, who is there in Vilnius, who will be moderating this session for us, and I'm going to be in a support role wherever I can be. So over to you, Margarita.
Thank you, Dharmendra. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to moderate a session on uncertainty, which the title of the session is Navigating the Uncertainty, Risk and Challenges of Post-War Russia. And indeed, we are facing a lot of uncertainties which were provoked by the war in Ukraine. We are not certain how the war will end. We want Ukraine to win, but we are still uncertain what will victory look like, where the borders will be drawn, what will be exact place of Ukraine in European security architecture. Will Ukraine be eventually granted NATO membership, or Ukraine will have some kind of a model of deterrence? We also are uncertain about the place of Europe and West in the world, because what this huge crisis, big crisis have demonstrated that the world is changing and the global power balance is shifting, and we were quite surprised that some of our long-time friends, all the democracies, were not on the same page on the how to assess the war in Ukraine and how to react to the war in Ukraine. So we are still uncertain how the West will be placed in the international order, and these uncertainties are also raising a lot of issues about where we are and what we can do about the current international order, and about West, about Ukraine, about Russia. These are very difficult questions, of course, and well, it will be very difficult to answer those questions, but we have to address these questions nevertheless. And we have a very well-suited panel to address these issues. We have 3 speakers with us here at Vilnius University. We have Madam Kilike Sillaste-Elling. I hope I pronounced well your name. She's an Undersecretary of Political Affairs at Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have another speaker who is joining us from Brussels, Mr. James Aparturai, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges at NATO. And last but not least, Mr. Christopher Steele, who is joining us from London, I believe. And he's a director and co-founder of Orbis and former head of Russia desk at the Secret Intelligence Service, which is legendary MI6. So we have 3 speakers. And what I would like to ask our speakers to do now, to elaborate on several questions that I'm going to pose, but to limit your speech to from 5 to 7 minutes. And I'll start with Christopher. And my question is related to uncertainties related to Russia. We talk a lot about how to help Ukraine to win, how to help Ukraine to integrate into Euro-Atlantic structures, to make Ukraine a part of European security architecture. But most of our discussions, at least in the West, regarding Russia, are limited to the notions that Russia probably will never change, and it will become even more probably aggressive, and we have to deter Russia and build our military capacity to do that. But there are also other potential scenarios for Russia. So these scenarios might go to the potential dissolution of Russia, which is also a very scary scenario, but also, which is probably least likely but most desired, democratization of Russia. So what is your take? So how do you see Russia in, let's say, 10 years? How it will look like?
Well, thank you for that kind introduction, and indeed a fairly difficult question to answer. Obviously, I don't want to speak for too long, but I think in many ways you have to learn from the historical record as far as Russia is concerned. And Russia is not a typical or characteristic European country. And I think that's one of the big mistakes that was made in the past, that people don't seem to realize that well, that Russia is actually a land empire that was created through conquest and force and war mainly in the 19th century, to some extent in the 18th century. And it's that element of the Soviet Union, of course, which eventually led to its downfall. And I think the problem with Russia now is it's very much a country in decline. I remember going back when I was serving there in the 1990s, and there was a question asked of us at the time, which was simple but very significant, I think, which was, what do we want to see Russia like in the future? Do we want a wealthy Russia? Do we want a middling income Russia that has some issues but is still developing broadly in the right direction? Or do we want an impoverished Russia? And almost everybody at the time in government was in favor of us having a wealthy, successful Russia. Now, I was a bit skeptical about that, because I felt that economic development wasn't the only answer here, that it wasn't necessarily going to bring in its train civil society development, legal development, and so on. And I think the mistake we made back then was to see a Russia which, after all, in the 1990s was broadly moving in the right direction. Certainly when I was there and shortly afterwards into the mid to late 90s, you had a sort of fairly rough and ready, but a political system that included genuine choice, pluralism, and so on. And indeed also an economy in which private property and private ownership had been introduced, and a broadly positive attitude towards cooperating with the West. But I think there were certain things that we overlooked, and I think those things are the ones that now, in retrospect, are the most telling. One was the fact that the rule of law was never really firmly established. And of course, it appears that the rule of law actually should precede democracy rather than precede it, follow it. And I think that was one of the fundamental misunderstandings. And of course, if the rule of law isn't firmly established, then you can have the re-emergence of autocracy. And that's exactly what we've seen. So that was one thing. I think the other thing is people didn't really understand what I call the dark side of Russia, perhaps slightly euphemistically. But Russia is a country which has always had a sort of small elite, which is very urbane, westernized, very sort of convincing. And it's that elite with which many people in the West and in Europe in particular were engaged with in the 1990s. And this gave us a false impression, I think, of the way the country was going. And it gave us the impression that the country was broadly similar to Eastern European countries like Poland and Hungary and the Czech Republic, which had clearly moved in the right direction. And I think the thought was that Russia was a bit bigger, a bit more backward, but essentially very similar to those countries and would move in the right direction. And I think one of the elements that was different about this was that obviously there's the whole issue of organised crime, which to some extent existed in Eastern Europe as well, but which really sort of took over Russian government in the 1990s. But particularly, I think, and this is definitely relevant to where we are today, is that there was no reform of the security services of the KGB and its successor organisations. There was a reorganisation of them, but there was no, I think, what you call in Eastern Europe, a lustration of them. There was no fundamental coming to terms with what these organisations had done in the past, their terrible track record under Stalin and their pretty bad track record under communism, more recently up until the end of the Soviet Union. And indeed, what happened, in fact, was that these organs of state power, which after all were not subject to the rule of law, and which were heavily resourced and had a lot of well-educated people working in them, basically found out, once they had survived the initial shock in '91 of the collapse of the Soviet Union, they found out into all parts of the country, their networks, they found out into business and into politics, into mainstream media and so on. And what you now have in Russia, I think, is a government system that is a sort of alliance between securocrats, if you like, the former KGB officers and their descendants, and organised crime. And the fact is that that dark side of Russia that people didn't see very easily, didn't understand very well, has come to the fore and has come to dominate, I think, and explains why we are where we are now. And I do think that some of Western leaders' policies towards Russia were mistaken and misdirected. I think particularly after 9/11, I think there was a feeling that Russia would come on board as a counter-terrorist ally in the world because it had an obvious vested interest in doing so, not least because it had a large and unstable Muslim population itself. And there was this kind of thought that George Bush and Tony Blair and others followed, by which, you know, Russia would become an ally in that sort of sea change in world politics, as it were, after 9/11. And I think that fundamentally was a misunderstanding both of the significance of 9/11, actually, in retrospect as a geopolitical change, but also of the mentality of the people running Russia, who were xenophobic, corrupt, and therefore not wanting any degree of openness, and in fact had a zero-sum mentality. And I think that zero-sum mentality is at the sort of heart of a lot of Russia's problems that it's experienced over the last few years. And Russia as an empire was part of that. And of course, Russia an empire, I think, is what lies behind the Ukraine invasion and the obsession with the near abroad and the subversion of rational economic arguments and rational political arguments about cooperation and wealth creation to where we are today. And of course, what Putin's achieved, I think, in the last year, ironically, is to put back by maybe 20 years Russia's economic and social development post-communism. And that's a great tragedy. But it's a tragedy that we have to address, and we have to recognize the mistakes we made by engaging with them, becoming dependent on their hydrocarbons, by paying them large amounts of hard currency, which didn't lead to integration into the world economy and a more responsible nation state and government, but actually built up Russia and its resources into such a position that it thought it could, and though it couldn't, invade and dominate its near abroad and rebuild the empire that it always was. And I think on that point, I would finish for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Indeed, it's very difficult to answer the question related to the Russia's future, because it's a very complex issue. So basically, what were you saying? That, you know, the state was captured and there was a sort of a pervert social contract between criminals and the society. But is there any way to break this perverse social contract where only 15% of people do not support war in Ukraine? And maybe this war could become a window of opportunity to break the social contract if there will be more economic problems, and then society would feel that they are not supported by the government. Maybe some internal security problems start rising. So, well, do you see that? Is there any possibility of breaking this contract? And then how we should help to break this contract? And I think that what comes to my mind is the question of collective responsibility for war, and can the West do something about that, and can this be a window of opportunity to break this pervert social contract?
Yes, I mean, I think the decline of Russia as a political force, as an economic power, has accelerated greatly since February last year. And I think it's not a case of us being able to determine how this now moves. I mean, if Russia is nothing, if it's not an empire, then if it's defeated in Ukraine, if it's humiliated in Ukraine, then I can see the Russian Federation unraveling. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is a debate maybe for another day, but it's certainly something that will require careful management and will be very destabilizing in the world. In terms of breaking that logjam, I mean, the problem is that as the Russian population became wealthier in the last 20 years, and we expected to see a growth of civil society, a growth of private sector, if you like, a growth of legal norms, particularly international legal norms, that just hasn't happened. And I think that's where you have to dig much deeper into the heart of Russia, its history, its culture, because I don't think that really 85% of Russians support this war. I think there's a massive amount of obviously disinformation and propaganda that is spread. But I suspect, unfortunately, the only way that this is going to start to unravel is if Russia is pushed back militarily in Ukraine, and if its economy is squeezed to the extent that real people in their ordinary lives are feeling the pinch. And I actually do believe that both of those things are possible. So I'm not a complete pessimist as far as Russia going forward is concerned, but what I am worried about is that we don't make the same mistakes that we've made in the past, and that we don't tiptoe around Russia because it's got nuclear weapons or whatever. I mean, there has to be a reckoning with this. There has to be accountability. There has to be deterrence, and that is what I believe in the last 20 years has been weak, and both in deterrence in terms of the wall of Russian money that's come into the West, and the way in which almost a political class of lobbyists and influencers have come to the fore. And I don't need to mention names in this forum, but some very prominent European leaders have signed up to that agenda and are rewarded for it. So I think there are a lot of lessons here. I think the war, sadly, has brought a lot of this to the fore into mainstream thinking, which people like me were talking about, many years ago, over energy security and the lack of reform in the security services and so on, but which wasn't mainstream Western governmental thinking. We were in denial about Russia and its dark side, and I think at least that has now gone.
Thank you, Christopher. And now I'd like to move to our next speaker, James, and I would like to ask James to cover a bit different question. And of course, there are still so many uncertainties how this war will end, and how Europe, how the world will look after this war ends, and probably it's not going to happen very soon. But what is becoming more and more obvious, that Russia is getting weaker. It doesn't say that it's getting less aggressive, but weaker nevertheless. And this weakening of Russia has an impact on the role it used to play in various regions, like Caucasus, like Central Asia. And of course, in the geopolitical playgrounds, there is never a vacuum, and other players are stepping in. And just a month ago, we have been witnessing the first Central Asia-China summit being opened, where there were very many promises from China to Central Asian countries, including the investment that China was promising to those countries, but also cooperation in other fields. So what is your take? What is happening in those regions? And is Russia losing its power there? Is China stepping in? And what does it mean for the West?
So thank you for that question, and great to be here. So nice to see you all. These are really great questions, and a great time to talk about them. Tony Blair had this quote where he said there's moments in history where the kaleidoscope is shaken and the pieces start to settle, and you need to move during the time before they settle. So I think it's important to think about these things and then to act, because you have windows of opportunity and then they close. And in many regions, there are open windows. So a couple of thoughts. One is more in general on China, and then I'll talk about the specific regions. Because I think one thing that is becoming quite clear to us is that China will be a very substantial player going forward. And you talked about the shifting geopolitical balance. I think it's worth just going through what China aims for, because they have announced it. So these are not uncertainties. These are, I think, probabilities, including because of China's success in steadily moving towards them. So one is they want to be a political equal to the United States. Second, they may be less successful at this, to push the United States out of their region, and this is something they share very fundamentally with Russia. I think that's probably what unites the two countries more than anything else, is trying to have the US leave their neighborhood so they can do what they want to their neighbors. Second, they want to be a military equal to the United States and to Russia, and they are well on the way to doing that, in particular when it comes to naval power and their nuclear arsenal. Third, they want to be an economic equal to the United States. I think that is inevitable. They're already the #2 economy or #1, the way you count. But I think it's also worth reminding ourselves that basically for the last 500 years, China has had 20% of the world's economy. So we all remember, because this is our lifetime, when China was weaker economically. But historically, it's rising now, not above its natural place. It's rising to its natural place in the global economy, and barring unforeseen events, it will stay there. And it's also executing those through the Belt and Road, through the digital Silk Road. These are well-funded, long-term strategies. I think we can expect them to have a certain amount of success. They want to be a tech leader, and they are a tech leader. We talk in NATO about maintaining our technological edge. I would argue that, in fact, we don't have it in most cases. So the Australian Security Studies Institute puts out a tech tracker every year. They just put one out, assessing that in 47 key emerging and disruptive technologies, China is ahead in 37 of them, in some cases with a monopolistic lead, and they're pulling away. It's not like we're catching up. They're getting ahead of us, farther ahead in some cases. And these are technologies which aren't only about commercial success. I'm not just talking about batteries for BYD cars. I'm talking about artificial intelligence, quantum. So in each of these, both of those technologies, China spends 50% of the world's spend in research and development. And theirs is, of course, oriented by the state and nourished by all the data that the Chinese state can get through its laws requiring all the servers in China or Chinese servers to provide their data to the state. So the AI models are powered by data, and in the Chinese case, a lot more data than we have, and towards not just commercial interests. So they are going to be successful in this area. They want to and are dominating some of the key minerals and rare earths on which we depend. And as we shift our economy to, away from internal combustion and carbon towards minerals and electrification, China increasingly will become the country on which we depend. And there is no way to design a system that I can see around this increasing dependence. on China. And then there will be this growing, or at least very strong, relationship between Russia and China. This axis is enduring. China has a ranking of security partnerships. At the very top, it has the best, the most comprehensive. There is only one country with which it has that level of partnership. So this is signed a partnership agreement. It's not about the friendship between the two leaders. They have common interests, and those are enduring through this war, despite the complications it poses for China. We can see the advantages as well. So I say all this to say, we're talking about uncertainties. I actually think in the case of China, the kaleidoscope pieces are kind of settling, and we can see what we have in front of us. And we need to deal with it, including because China, and this is another certainty, wants to change global governance, wants to change the norms and values as they are enshrined in UN bodies, in technical agencies, and the technical standards on which our values depend. So it is a concerted, determined program. To a certain extent, it works to change the definition of human rights, to change the definition of what cyber freedom should be, internet freedom, to change the standards for 5G or 6G in particular, so that only Chinese companies have the technology, and therefore all the vulnerabilities that we know from Chinese technology will be spread around the world. So these are all quite clearly in front of us, and we need to do things about them. Then just to get very quickly to these two regions that you mentioned and other regions in the world. You are right that in the Caucasus, and I think in Central Asia as well, there is a lot of political movement. And you can see, for example, in the Caucasus, in the talks between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and how much has changed. And I want to commend in particular the European Union as well as the US for to try to move the peace process forward. China's growing role in Central Asia is obviously very clear, but I think it's also clear that in the global south, the narratives from China and Russia are extremely successful. They have the history of colonialism. My dad was a Sri Lankan diplomat, so I know what non-aligned movement people think about the West. And the history of colonialism, the history of being lied to. I'm not sure that this justifies the position they're taking of ambivalence. I don't think it does, but it certainly colors it. And the Chinese and Russian narratives are not just successful, they are increasingly successful. And we're seeing that in the UN system right now in the reports that we get. So there's really a lot for us to combat, a lot changing, and we need to be more active. And let me just make one final point and I'll hand it back. This is me speaking, not NATO. But in my experience, and including having worked in all these regions, we cannot come with just good arguments and moral virtue. The Chinese arrive with an airport, the Russians arrive with Wagner, and we arrive with a lecture and a little bit of, a couple of conditional offers. That doesn't fly. So if we're going to play this game, we need to play it a little harder, come with real resources, lecture a lot less, because they will make hard calculations. These are not wealthy countries in most cases. They will take what they need, and then they'll back the country that supported them, and not the one that just lectured them.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Now I'd like to move to Kilike. What we've heard that the war is becoming not such a safe place, whereas increased rivalry between China and the West. And it is very important for the West to stay united, to invest in defense probably. And defense meaning not only military defense, but economic defense, and also defense against the narratives, which is also a very important task. And I think that it is crucially important that the West uses resources smartly and complementary. We have a number of organizations that we are part of and then that represent West, and first of all, European Union and NATO. And both of them have certain tools or instruments to ensure this defense against the autocracies in various fields. But we very often don't see that those organizations could be complementary. In particular, in this part of the region, we tend to criticize European Union on trying to introduce some strategic autonomy and investing more in defense and trying to, well, steal something from NATO's responsibilities and role. So what is your take? What should we do to ensure smart and complementary cooperation between the European Union and NATO? And also, I would like you ask to touch upon a bit on an issue of Arctic, because we talked about various regions, and Arctic is also becoming a very important region where Russia has a strong power. So what should be the role of the West and of the Nordic countries, Baltic countries in the Arctic?
Thank you. Is it working? Okay. Thank you very much. And it's a great pleasure to be in Vilnius. It seems these days that all roads lead to Vilnius, and looking very much forward to the NATO summit coming up next month here in this beautiful city. And thank you for the panel and the questions. Indeed, they're difficult ones, and we may not have all the answers, but I really think it's important to start asking these questions. Even though the war is still going on, I think it's really important that we start to tackle them and start to think about what this sort of post-war Europe, post-war Russia will possibly look like. One of the things I just wanted to say before I come to the EU-NATO relationship is just to underline maybe that a point that was made by one of the previous speakers, that we shouldn't sort of make the same mistakes again in assessing Russia as we did maybe before the aggression against Ukraine. And by that I mean, one of the mistakes I think that was made is that we were sort of imposing our own calculus and thinking on Russia and expecting Russia to be acting in the same ways as we are. And I think it's really important now that we finally learn that lesson and understand that Russia's calculus is totally different. And another lesson I think we have to learn also is that Russia still has the same intent that it did before the war, and will probably have it also after the war ends. And by this I mean Russia's intent to reconfigure and reshape European security architecture to fit its own interests and needs. And I think we just need to be mindful of that and not expect a sort of post-war Russia to emerge that has totally different intentions from what it did before. But you asked about the EU and NATO relationship and the future. And I think when looking more widely at European security, I think a reconfiguration is inevitable. I mean, already we are seeing a lot of signs of the situation changing. There can't be any business as usual, I think, or going back to business as usual with Russia. But I don't think we should go so far in saying that everything that existed before, the entire architecture, all the agreements that we had are sort of unimportant now and not working. So there are things that I think are working well, still working well, that we need to hold on to. And obviously, I think the EU and NATO are two of those structures and organizations that were built up after the Second World War and that continue to be performing well and continue to be the cornerstones of our security. So I think that both of them need to be maintained and kept up in the future. And any discussion that starts post-war on European security architecture has to kind of factor that in, and both organizations, I believe, have to play a really key role in all of these discussions. Another aspect where I think the EU and NATO converge, and that probably we need to put more emphasis on, is everything to do with enlargement. So we have in NATO, we have this open door policy. In the EU, there's the enlargement policy or integration policy. Yes, both of them have been working, but I think if there's one lesson that we can already learn from the current war and the aggression against Ukraine is that we need to work, both organizations need to work together on making sure that we put an end to gray zones in Europe. I think it was either it was Kurt Volker or Dan Fried, and I apologize, I forget which one it was, who said that gray zones are a green light to Putin. And that's really the case. And we're seeing right now any kind of gray zone is an invitation in a way for instability and, as we saw, for aggression. So I think that's something that both organizations together need to double down on and sort of look at where we are in Europe, what is the security picture, and try and work towards making our continent more secure in the future. And finally, I think it's this point on unity, which is extremely important, on EU and NATO unity. I mean, I think so much of what we're discussing is around geography, but I think, you know, in the future, values will play an even more important role, and because this aggression, this war is also about values. You know, which side where does Ukraine belong? You know, does Ukraine want to share our values? Yes. So I think here EU and NATO need to also sort of, in the future, put aside, how do I say, I mean, there are a lot of technical and sometimes even political issues. I don't want to say that they're not important, but that have been hampering or hindering EU-NATO cooperation to this date. And I just think that once the war is over, maybe even we could start today, we need to put those, not to the side, but try and overcome those and look at the big picture. And the big picture for me is that EU and NATO who share common values need to work together, and then we can work together also better on a global scale, because there we're also seeing a big sort of conflict of values at the end of the day. On Arctic, and I'm certainly not an Arctic specialist, I'm from a country that is the most northern country that is not a member of the Arctic Council, neither a full member or an observer. But of course, we feel very close proximity to the Arctic. But what I'll say when it comes to sort of Russia and its focus and generally the focus on the Arctic, I'll say this, that I think we're seeing, no matter what happens, I think Russia will always want to maintain influence in its border regions. It's been like that throughout history. It will be like that in the future. Being such a vast country, it will have to focus on its borders. Now, will it be able to do a weakened Russia? Will a weakened Russia be able to focus on in all directions? Probably not. But one of the key directions will be the Western military district. So our so-called eastern flank, their western flank, will always be a priority for Russia. There's no doubt there, and I think they've even made announcements that, you know, once the war is over, they will regroup and reform a lot of military might that will be directed westward. But then I come to the Arctic, and I think the Arctic is also then one of those regions where they simply cannot afford to not be focusing on in the future. I mean, again, it's an issue of resources, and as we know, the Arctic is particularly sort of resource heavy, or being present there, or having it. But I think that they will not be able to afford to not be there, especially given the interest by other powers in the Arctic, namely China, but also there's wider interest. So I think that we'll be seeing, no matter what happens, I think there will always be attention paid to the Arctic.
Thank you, Kilike. Thank you. Do you hear? Thank you, Kilike, very much for your very comprehensive answers. And of course, what struck me that the strength of the West has always been their normative power. It probably didn't work everywhere, it didn't have the same effect everywhere. And obviously, we were losing in the global South, but in Eastern Europe, that was one of its main tools, and integration to both the European Union and NATO is the tool that we must use in this region. But now I'd like to turn to Mr. Dharmendra, to Brussels. Do we have any questions there?
I'm sure there will be, absolutely, if, you know, the pace of the whole day. So there we go, don't let us down. Hey, excellent. So you've already spoken, but I'm going to go here first. Thank you. Again, say who you are.
Yes.
Question.
Thank you very much. My name is Katrine Krië. I'm here on behalf of the Institute for Economics and Peace. But today I'll ask a question on a personal capacity. So my question goes to James. You mentioned that soft power is no longer the only resource. And you mentioned that we need to play a bit harder in these games. So how does that look like for Europe, for the United States, and what could be NATO's role in it?
Great question. Thank you for that, because I picked up on that too. I thought it was a lovely quote, by the way, James, even though it was your own. You said you were speaking in personal capacity, but it was great. It was great. I'm sure we're going to tweet that. It's going to be out there. Yourself. Well, it was really good.
Radu Raghea from Romania Civil Society. First of all, I would like to ask whatever people in the public would like to go at the Foreign Intelligence Service of Estonia. It was a ray of light during these years, and I would like to congratulate on this side from the civil society for the work they've done. They publish their report yearly, and it's public for everybody in the world to see it, and you can see there all the fight that we're doing, and congratulations for this from the civil society from Romania. Second of all, on all of these aspects regarding Russia, one of the problems that I've seen in the last 25 years is that many people in the West, they treated Russia as something that was destroyed in the 90s. And I think it was a mistake, because on the one hand, it was politically a decision of Gorbachev to retreat. But on the other side, the decision of the security service, the KGB, nobody knows. They have, like some people said here, the evil empire. They have the knowledge from Chekhov, from the 16th century, how to do bad things. It was heaven for them. Everything was open, and in the last 25, 30 years, they open up leverage here. You cannot do business with the Russians. They make networks out of you. You do something with them, they make a fall on you. So the future is going to be tough for everybody here in Western Europe. They think that the Russians are weak. I don't think it's just the beginning. We will see how big the network it is in Europe and how bad things they are going to do here. Medvedev, he even said, Medvedev, we just not even started. So thank you.
Excellent. And just the last one here at the front.
Thank you. Kawa Hassan Rosen Fellow, Stimson Center, Middle East North Africa Program. Thanks, James, for the presentation. And adding to that, I think and fully agree with you about the need to how new approach, how to strategically engage other regions outside Europe. And I think when it comes to what I call the battle of narratives, for now it seems Russia and China are winning that battle, at least in Middle East, North Africa, which I'm quite familiar with. And partly for nostalgical historic reasons, and partly for strategic reasons, and partly for the West not being proactive to address some of the needs and key priorities in the region. So, and linking to this, I think 2 points. First is that the battle of narratives should be seen not only as a way to better communicate, as a public diplomacy tool, but it should be seen as part and parcel of a new strategic concept, actually, to deal with these countries and how to make them partners, for the West and NATO. And second, I fully agree with the need for, thinking right now about what would be the post-war security structure in Europe. But again, we should link that to other regions in the world. And one region where we can think of potential strategic linkages is also the need to look for a new strategic security structure in Middle East and North Africa. Where do we see, strategic links between that, attempt to come to this new security structure and the one in Europe? Thank you.
Thank you. James, before you answer, I'm going to ask Kailike, if I may. The last point that's made, but the other contributions that were made, for me, this is my judgment, that relates to the point you made about the differences or the slight differences, if we can put it that way, between EU and NATO, and for those to be overcome, to move us in a different direction, it might be great to have that conversation at the summit. Can you say a little bit about what you mean by that, if you can, in this public forum?
Maybe I didn't mean...
You need to put your mic on.
You can't see it, but I have a sign here saying don't push the button. So I wasn't sure if I was supposed to push it or not push it.
And as a good Estonian, you followed the rule. Brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. I'm asked a question, I answer it. I do what I'm told. The difference, what I mean is, of course, we have, and we know EU and NATO are quite different organizations in a way. I do think there's a lot of common ground. Nevertheless, there are differences in membership, which is one of the big, maybe one of the things that sometimes gets in the way of cooperating in a seamless way. There are also some differences in culture, the way EU does things, the way NATO does things. NATO does things, of course, in a much more, how do I say, confidential setting. When it comes to sort of information, etc. So some of these differences are there. Nevertheless, though, I do think we have enough examples of EU-NATO cooperating well together. And looking to the Vilnius summit, for example, I mean, I think there's going to be inclusion of EU leaders at the summit. The same as I think for the European Council coming up at the end of this month. The Secretary General Stoltenberg will be there. So I think we just need to keep working on one hand on sort of little technical steps, and then on the bigger picture, I think fundamentally, when we look at the global picture, the EU and NATO are very sort of like-minded, and we shouldn't certainly go down the road of letting others to build any kind of bridges or to try and break the bridges that exist across the Atlantic. That's one, but also within Europe.
Okay.
Can I come back on one of the points that was made, and thank you for the comment by the Romanian gentleman on Estonia. I mean, I think one danger and again, one of the lessons we should have learned from before is that we shouldn't go down the road of thinking that Russia is weak. And I just wanted to underline, I completely agree with that. Okay, yes, we can say that probably militarily weakened Russia will emerge from this war. Again, no matter what happens, certainly they will have used up a lot of their military resources. But then again, I think there's also the potential for Russia to regroup quite quickly and to reconstitute its military. Russia's capacities are very large and vast, and I think it's something we sort of need to keep in mind. And that's why it's extremely important, I think, to do two things that were also mentioned earlier. One is to keep building up our deterrence and defense posture, and not sort of have this naive view that, we don't have trust. We won't have trust for a very, very long time with Russia, unfortunately. And therefore, we can't sort of hope. Hope is not a policy. We cannot hope that they will not do something. We need to build up our defense and deterrence. And the second thing we need to do is to work on accountability. Okay. We need to hold Russia accountable for the aggression so that aggression cannot be repeated again.
You're fabulous. I love the way you just said hope is not a policy. And I was really worried that you were going to fall into diplomatic spiel about the differences between NATO and EU. But you didn't. You didn't go that far, but you gave us a hint of what needs to happen. So thank you for that. Very briefly, I loved what you said about the fact that grey zones are a green light for Europe, for Putin. Sorry, grey zones in Europe are a green light for Putin. Brilliantly said. Armament is one thing. What about regions? So what about the Balkans? Can you briefly say what would you say about that and what needs to happen? We, as a think tank, are saying that we need to learn from Ukraine and actually take a very different approach to enlargement. Not meritocratic, not one by one. Take it as a group, but put them in a special condition and measures so that people feel part of the family. So one lesson you learn from Ukraine. What's your response to that? But very briefly.
Okay. I absolutely agree.
You may need to press that button.
And I think. I agree that is certainly one of the lessons that we've learned, and as I was saying before in my comments on enlargement, and that we need to double down on that. And by that, I'm not saying that we need to create fast tracks. Enlargement, especially accession or integration into the European Union, but also to NATO. These are difficult processes. My own country went through them. They take time. There are standards you need to meet, criteria, all of that. But still, I think we need to start paying on a higher political, geopolitical level, more attention to enlargement and moving that file forward. I mean, let's be honest, when it comes to the Western Balkans, that file overall was not moving too much in the last years, unfortunately. So actually, I think it's paradoxically almost, this war in Ukraine has given almost, or the Russian aggression against Ukraine has given almost new impetus to, I think, enlargement as a whole.
Thank you very much. Thank you for responding so effectively. And I know the time is limited, but actually a lot of the questions were aimed at you as well, James. So you've had ample time to come back to us and prepare.
So if these answers are bad, it's my fault.
Indeed, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. Got it. So a couple to me. One is, what did I mean by being a little bit harder? So what I don't mean is giving up on democracy. There's communities all around the world that still look to the West to support them, and we have to do that because if we don't, no one will, and then we've lost the whole game. Also, because it would be wrong. But I do mean a couple of other things. One is we need to come with real resources. I think I mentioned this. So I used to be in an old job also NATO Special Representative to Central Asia and to the Caucasus. So I'd show up in Central Asia, and I would have a couple of partnership programs I could offer, like a couple of training courses. The Chinese were there with like €1 billion every 2 minutes. The Russians were offering military equipment to the Tajiks, a huge training program, military, and then they'd look at me like, oh my God, get to the back of the line. So, because they were making an honest calculation, but I'll give you a different example. In Africa, I spoke to, in the current job that I have, a minister of sort of information technology, and he had just bought 5G for the whole country from Huawei. So I said, well, come on, why did you do that? And he said, I'm not stupid. I know what the risks are, but I need telecoms. You don't offer anything. They offer something good for cheap. And he said, if you offered me something for 10% more, I'd pay for it, but you don't. So look, and then they are in the hands of Chinese telecoms with everything that brings politically, militarily, and economically. So that's the second part, and I think, now I'm speaking again for me, but I think we need to be, this war should have brought an end to naivete. And we need to stop now. We were warned for years about, for example, Nord Stream, but we did it anyway, even after they invaded once and twice. They got Nord Stream 1 after Georgia and Nord Stream 2 after Crimea. We have the same situation now with China and all the dependencies that we're creating on them. So it might mean that we're a little bit less poor and we have one iPad and not 2 iPads, but we could be, I think, a little bit less naive about what we're doing in terms of our dependencies. And then on Middle East and North Africa, I think the first answer lends itself a little bit to the second answer. It's a very, very, very long and complicated question. The French, of course, tried very hard, but they have a lot of baggage with them. The countries there don't get along with each other in some cases. So the idea of creating a common approach, and then if you look at the Sahel and everything that's been attempted, I'm a little bit dubious, but just to finish, you can see now that the Chinese and Russians are supplanting us, and they're supplanting us for very concrete reasons. Tons of money and some brutal military, private military companies. So if we are to change the direction of travel in Africa, it is certainly not going to be with brutal private military companies, but it will have to be with a very substantial investment of real resources, rather than, as I said, just lectures.
James, thank you very much. But one of the things that was, the sudden trip, the US trip to China, was a good thing in the sense that at least this kind of the escalating of tensions and the notion of creating a new Cold War, if you like, but with a different region or a country, bodes well because in effect, in the globe that we're living in, we need each other. We need to work with China. We need to be able to create a sense of affiliation or clarity about what we mean to each other. And I think that the lesson that we've got from Russia, we've heard from many of you in the room, but also the platform, is that we made mistakes in our perception of Russia. And I think as we look ahead, as you're saying, we need to be thinking differently about some of the geopolitical partners ahead. I'm going to hand over back to Margarita, to you, to the final bits of this session.
Thank you, Dharmendra. I believe that although we have a lot of takeaways from the session, that our time is up, but there will be, I guess, some opportunity to ask questions in the next session. So I'd like to just wrap up our session, and of course, there are a lot of uncertainties that we will be facing, and there are a lot of unknowns. It is very hard to prepare for the uncertain world that we're facing, but I think that what we've learned is that unity is key, and we have to stick united in the West in order to survive in this uncertain world, but also that we have to invest more in the resources to defend ourselves against the increasing rivalry in the world. And it's not only Russia, but also China and potentially other powers. So on this good note, I'd like to wrap up the session, and I'll ask you to stay because we have quite a treat, the next session, from President Dalia Grybauskaitė. Thank you very much, Kilike. And Dharmendra, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just to add, I totally agree with you, but I said don't underestimate India. We seem to forget that. The largest middle class in the world in the next 3 years to 5 years is India. Modi has created the digital stack. Let's not forget that, what that's going to mean. So when we think about, looking wider, the lessons from the past is that don't underestimate India and Mr. Modi is all I can say to you.
But India is still democracy.
Yeah, absolutely. So is Poland and Hungary. And there you go. I think we need to be just a bit more clear about what we mean by democracy. But not that I'm taking a side, I'm just saying let's go by people's actions rather than what's written in a constitution. Thank you all. We do have a delightful reprieve at the end. As Margarita said, we have the President joining us. So I wait for you to be able to bring the delightful President on the stage, but we have a couple of minutes, I believe, for that handover.
No, we don't.
Great. Straight over to you then.
Okay, thank you.
Ai, kokia bomba, ir turim tų bombų sprogdintų.
Start. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce to you our next speaker, the person which does not require any introduction, Iron Lady of Baltic States, former President of Lithuania, Dalia Grybauskaitė. Madam President, I know that you've always been very outspoken, vocal, and you have been criticized for that on a number of occasions. But I particularly remember one event that you received a lot of criticism here in Lithuania, but eventually it turned out to be a very smart decision. I recall when there was a discussion about the defense plans for the Baltic countries, and those defense plans were not granted because there was no unity in NATO. And there was a huge celebration in Prague, and you have received an invitation from President Obama to join. And at this particular time, at this particular event, he was supposed to sign arms control treaty with Mr. Medvedev, thereby initiating a reset policy vis-à-vis Russia. And you declined this invitation and didn't go. And you were criticized very much also in Lithuania, but abroad, and Baltic countries were also quite critical. And, but eventually we have received these plans, and although Madam Nuland said that you will never be received in the White House after this decision, you became quite good friends with her later on. And in general, this policy that you decided to take, a very harsh policy, a very open policy, a very outspoken policy vis-à-vis Russia, trying to explain to our Western friends what is Russia, what is behind Russian policy, was very well thought. And today we hear a lot in many Western countries that, okay, we should have listened more for Baltic countries and Poles. Do you feel that we are being listened to?
You gave, hello everybody in Brussels. You gave a very introduction from 2009 in reality, and then of course we went through the 2014 situation where I also had a chance to name Russia's aggression and occupation of Crimea as elements demonstrated as a terrorist state. And I also again was very much criticized inside country and outside country that I was too hawkish. And now then I am hearing that we have been not listened. I am very much upset because we have been not listened in 2009, we have been not listened in 2014, and even now we are not listened. We are listened, but we are not heard fully. And that's a problem. From the very beginning of this war, we said that this war is against us, not only against Ukraine. From the very beginning, we said that this war, if it will not be stopped immediately on the field of the battlefield, it will go and spread further. We have been not listened. The West, from the very beginning, was late in reaction. It is still late in full-fledged support, and I evaluate that this war, who is dragging more than 1 year, is the fault of the Western countries, NATO countries, because we're not giving sufficient support to beat Russians on the ground of Ukraine, to push Russians from Ukraine territory, and that's our fault. That means that we are maybe listened, but we're not heard fully. And that's, again, I'm very much upset that after a year or 2 or 3, it will be said again, oh yes, probably it was better to go with larger force, with faster reaction, more efficient reaction, and not allowing to destroy so much Ukrainian territories and even maybe split over the Ukrainian territory. Because the risk is, for all of us, the risk is on the eastern flank of NATO, and the risk is for Moldova, the risk is for Georgia, and all around the military scene, what we're seeing now. So from this point of view, I'm still thinking that reflection towards the history, it's easier to be done. But to evaluate properly, appropriately what is happening now, still we're seeing not enough vision, not sufficient political courage. And if you hear sometimes the military who are talking about situation, you're hearing more realistic, more, let's say, worrying evaluations than you go and hearing politicians who are trying to make everything more rosy. You realize that, again, we're trying to hide ourselves from taking full responsibility what's happening on Ukraine territory. What that means, that we are allowing Russia to be aggressive, not on its own territory, not against its own people, but against not only Ukraine, but against the Western countries, against us. And this is very worrying, and preparation of NATO summit in Vilnius, for me, it's also very worrying, because the steps which are already in the plans and they will be agreed, they're already too late and not enough. Seeing the scenes of war and learning the lessons from the war, seeing how Russia is doing the war, it is very clear that our eastern border is not yet fully prepared for full defense of our territory. We do not have the dome or protected our skies on the eastern flank of NATO territory, not sufficiently. And all these discussions, more or less 1,000 battalion brigade, it's really irrelevant, having in mind what scale of threat we're facing from Russia and what scale of threat they are demonstrating in Ukraine. So that's short answer to your long introduction. I'm joking.
Thank you. Can I just have one follow-up question? So you were talking about the forthcoming NATO summit and that, well, probably the plans are not in place, that there are a lot of things which are underdone. But I want to ask you a particular question related to the forthcoming summit, the question related to the Ukraine's membership in NATO. How crucial is to announce a possibility for Ukraine to join NATO in Vilnius summit? And what this announcement has to have inside it? Is it enough only to make a political announcement that, okay, Ukraine will become NATO member at some point, or do we have to come up with very particular and clear guarantees how to ensure the security of Ukraine during this particular moment, even until the war is over? Because Putin will never be interested in finishing the war if we say that Ukraine might only become member of NATO when the war is over. So what is your take?
We have the enemy who knows and sees our hesitations. He knows how we feel and what we intend to do, and if he sees hesitation, he will attack and use this against us. We did a mistake already in 2008-9, then we gave so-called security guarantees in Bucharest and practically not gave any future plans for membership for a few countries, including Ukraine. And now one of guarantors is a terrorist attacker. One of guarantors. So what kind of guarantees we can give if potentially any guarantor can become an enemy? So the only one guarantee of security, not only for Ukraine, but also for all eastern flank and all for all NATO in reality, is full membership in NATO. That's the only thing we can give, and we can protect ourselves, not only Ukraine, with the membership of Ukraine. Because today, Ukrainian's army in Europe is the largest one, the most efficient one, the most motivated one, and the most experienced one. In NATO, in reality, only 2 or 3 countries, not in Europe, have maybe stronger and more efficient army. So what that means, that not only we need to think about Ukraine's future as the guarantor of our security, but also to think about how much we need to invest into our own defense capacities and capabilities. Because we cannot rely fully or ask all the time US or now Britain or other countries to protect us. It's, after Second World War, we stood in this position in Europe too long, and Putin knows it, and Putin uses it. And he will not give us time for long-term reforms, investments, discussions. He will, if we will not ourselves make these kind of security decisions, he will make us to make these decisions faster. And that's how it's behaving. We do not have time for such kind of discussions. Ukraine already ended its membership on the battleground already. They're protecting all Europe today from this aggressor, already today, every day, with their blood, with their suffering and destroy of their country. And we're still discussing. They will join or not, then they will join. Really, it's pathetic to see how we, some leaders, still hesitating to take responsibility, really, for our own security. And I'm just repeating, it's not only about Ukraine, it's mainly about our European and NATO security.
Thank you, Madam President. And now I would like to hand over to Mr. Dharmendra. Can you hear us?
I can indeed. I'm still kind of smiling and reflecting on the President's last comments and thinking, I'm an absolute fan of yours, and I love your simplicity of message. You cut through the nonsense and are able to speak truth to power in a way that most leaders don't. So you are a refreshing breath of air in this political community that we're in. I remember also 2 years ago when I interviewed you, you were really clear about the bully on the lines and the fact that no one's listening. And it's a sad turn of events that we are where we are. What's your message to the EU about the Balkans? Again, I raised this with Kailika about the fact that if there's the lessons that you've just referred to about let's get a grip and just sort this out rather than debate reform. Do you think there's a similar need to get a grip about the Balkans?
For Europe, we have our so-called the ring of security. A ring of security is Ukraine on the east, and on the more or less south, it is Balkans. And if we think strategically about our long-term security, not only military but also economic security, I think we need to invest into Balkans more seriously and to take them into our own orbit. But now we are still split. We are not in a hurry to do this. And some of the countries still not close to our values and not participate in, let's say, sanctions, what we are trying to impose on Russia. And they even participating in avoidance, how to go around the sanctions. So in reality, if we think strategically about Europe's security, not only military, but also economic security, Balkans are absolute priority also. Supposed to be.
Thank you very much for that short and clear answer. Anyone in the audience who's got a burning question for the President? We have one here. And then I'll wrap up, I promise.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I'm Uwe Mergener. I'm a former Navy captain and now writing for a German defense magazine. My question is to you, if your posture with a stronger defense and deterrence in Europe fails because we will have another legislation in Washington, which is fading out of Europe, how can we build up that deterrence you're claiming? Or is it that card Putin is playing right now, that by his instruments of what we had earlier, disinformation, a future election in the States will go to the other party. And so what are we doing? Would you accept deterrence by a nuclear deterrence by UK, by the French? Or what is deterrence in that case? Thank you.
You know, in this situation, I'm not talking about deterrence at all. I'm talking about defense. We in the stage of threat, such level that we need to be prepared to defend ourselves. Deterrence didn't work. Neither nuclear, neither our posture, neither our nice rhetoric, nice speeches, conferences. It didn't work. already. If we will be having efficient deterrence, Russia will never be able to, or thinking even to start the war. So we failed with deterrence. Now it's about defense. How much and how fast? Russia already has historic pattern how they fight the wars. The wars usually take about 4 or 5 years. In the first year, they are in-house and failing. Second year, they are putting the economy on the military ground and learning from their mistake. The third year and fourth, usually they're winning. If we will be late, and if we will allow this time for them to restart and restore, we will fail. We will fail. We do not have time. We're still too relaxed. The urgency, understanding of urgency, how much we need to invest into defense, in our military capacities, in our defense industry, failing. We're too late. We're too relaxed. Russia, all economy, including mentality of population, is in the framework of war. We, all of us, in the West and in NATO, more or less, except maybe on eastern flank, we are relaxed. If you go further from Baltic states and Poland towards south, nobody talks about the war. There is no war. The summer holidays. And that's a mismatch, absolute mismatch of understanding of historic time and situation we are in. Until we will start to think seriously about what threats are given and done by Russia today and what's going on in reality, we will be failing with our reaction all the time. And that means it's not only just failure with reaction. We're failing with protecting and investing in serious defense of all our NATO countries and European Union. And
fabulously
1 year and a
said,
half before, yes, 1 year and a half before the US elections, it could be not sufficient at all for us because Putin probably could not give us this time. And he will make a decision. If we are failing to make a decision to be faster and more efficient, he will ask and push us to make this decision.
Extremely well said, captivating, and you've got the whole audience like nodding and completely engaged with you. And again, it goes to that point about the it's so refreshing for someone to just call it as it is. And this is, I mean, I can hear, I can see people nodding their head. Last point from me, Dalia, is that you made the reference to the summit, that we're already too late. Imagine you, and I hope you do get the floor, imagine you are asked to give the first 5-minute opening to the NATO summit. What do you want them to do? What would be the resolution you'd be asking from them?
You know, I had this more or less a similar situation then Trump visited first time Brussels and he wanted to dissolve NATO. And I took the floor. Yes, I took the floor around the table and said also directly a few things. And together with Rutte, Dutch Prime Minister, we practically can say that we saved NATO at that moment, because we knew what to say and how to push the button for Trump's psychology. Already a year and a half, then a war started. My Facebook I wrote into my Facebook the message that it was practically a week later from the beginning of the war that the reaction of the West is coward and complicit with Putin, because there was no reaction. And I said that if we were able in Yugoslavia, in other countries, to go and to put the foot on the ear and on the ground, why we are not doing this now? And because of that, we have this prolonged war, and we still will have. We have huge damages in human lives and in all countries' infrastructure. It is going under hard demolishing pressure. And if the war will drag more and longer with split over effect, we will be dragged into real confrontation. not only by talking and discussing, but in real military confrontation, if we will be still behaving as we're behaving now. And, you know, the allegory with how you take tea from you can do it fast or you can do it slow and painful. So now we're doing slow and painful. But sooner or later, if we will be not able to stop the war, Putin will involve and drag us anyway in a real confrontation. So you cannot avoid the war. I remember, I think Churchill said that you cannot avoid the war, only you can have the shame of not reacting, and anyway you will have shame and war. So now we are going towards this direction, to have the shame and the war.
Fabulous. I do hope they give you the first 5 minutes of the floor, madam. They need to hear this, and hopefully we won't be here in a year. You know, as a trustee, I know you will join us again next year, and I just hope we don't have a similar conversation that they didn't listen to you. You are a political superstar, really. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to hand you back to Margarita. I look forward to seeing you in person very soon, and take care.
Thank you, Dharmendra. Thank you very much. And the time's running up, but we still have at least 2 questions in the audience. So we'll go for 2 questions, and then we'll try to wrap up. So, yeah. Can we have a microphone here?
So, Madam President, if I've understood you right, you believe that NATO should actually now put boots on the ground, as you say, in Ukraine, and be willing to engage Russia in the war to help push Russia out of Ukraine. So far, NATO's policy has been to give as much support as possible to Ukraine without getting into a direct confrontation with Russia. So you think that is wrong? And if you were president, would you be willing to send Lithuanian forces into Ukraine to engage in a direct confrontation with Russia there?
It is not exactly that interpretation. There was a choice, or to go immediately and stop on time the intervention. And we had chances to do it with better preparations of Ukraine and better preparations on our own soil for Russia to deter at all, not to start the war. Then we decided to go for policy not to confront directly, but to give all necessary assistance. But we're not giving all necessary assistance. That's a huge difference. There is no necessary support. It is insufficient, it is too late. We're still not allowing to give long-range missiles. We're still not protecting and giving planes. I can name and name and name. So there is no explanations at all why we behave that way. Cowardness, what we're afraid of Russia, or internal politics. The longer we allow this war to go on, the more problems we create for ourselves. And Russia will restore. Today they can build the tanks. They lost about 2,000 tanks during all this war. But today they do have more tanks than before the war. Today they have a larger army with 2,000 people lost. They have larger army than before the war. Are we hearing our military advisors? Are we seeing how Russia is recovering? No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just
I can answer. Yeah, I can answer. If we decided to give whatever necessary to win on the ground, let's give it. Let's give it. Whatever it takes. What is necessary to win.
Thank you. Thank you. We have 2 more questions, but if you can be very, very short, and could you please introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Madam President, Marcin Lender, I work at Google, but I'm a Polish citizen and I will speak in my personal capacity. Thank you for your leadership. I would have a long speech, but I was asked to keep it short. A short question. If the conflict goes into a prolonged stage where neither side wants to back down and Putin wants to continue the war, which is highly likely, how would you see Ukraine's membership in NATO unfold? I mean, the consensus is that we cannot admit a country that is involved in active conflict, but the conflict can go on forever if Putin wishes for it to do so. Doesn't that give Russia control over when we can admit Ukraine? Thank you.
If we allow Russia to control admission of Ukraine, the war will go on without stop.
Thank you. Very short answer. Yeah, here you go.
Rihards, Bambals, Head of Strategic Communications for the Government Office of Latvia. You spoke a lot about failures, also about one of your personal success stories, but going back to your presidency, could you maybe say about one particular regret? What would you have done differently? So we as Collective West, or as the Baltics, or we as the European Union, NATO, were better prepared to face Russia as it is now?
I have no regrets, because during 10 years of my presidency, we got defense plans. We got, after Crimea occupation, forward presence on our territories, but we still got everything what was in peaceful time. For peaceful time, it was adequate reaction. But of course, with our efforts, with our push, because as in introduction has been mentioned, then I came to office in 2009. We have been in NATO already 6 years, all Baltic states, and there was no at all any kind of defense plans, any. And of course, I took the heat on myself, and finally in 2011, we got defense plans, first defense plans. So I think we did everything what was necessary during the peaceful time. But now it's absolutely different times, and we need to speed up everything. We need to change our mentality to the wartime mentality. We're not doing this.
Thank you, Madam President. And we're not talking about the regrets, but the other major achievement during your term that I recall, there was a clear realization that Russia is posing not only the military threat for Lithuania, but also weaponizing all sorts of vulnerabilities that we have. And your decision, the decision to host the LNG terminal in Lithuania, I think it was very important decision and well-thought decision, and looking very further into the future. And now this decision is praised by the other countries which didn't take decisions like that during this time and are facing a lot of challenges related to the interdependencies with Russia. So I think it has to be mentioned as well that on one hand Russia is posing a military threat, but not only a military threat, and less vulnerabilities we have, the better off we are.
Yeah, I can joke badly now, ironizing situation. Yes, I knew that the energy was used as a tool of political corruption and how to influence the governments. And we saw this in France, we saw it in Germany. And why I made a very clear decision to cut this dependency and to go for absolutely independence from Russia's supply of gas and energy resources. But I now trying to make an irony saying that Russia usually or bribes or takes the territory or poisons. We chose independence. Why now we're facing so harsh reaction from Russia? Because in some countries still the bribes are preference for any independence and democratic stance. And it's up to you what you choose. We chose our independence, the honor of country, and the values of democracy. So partly we're paying because this brutal society, this brutal country, don't want to accept independent neighborhood, don't want to accept democratic neighborhood. But that's the price we're ready to pay, and we will pay with proud stance.
Thank you, Madam President. Indeed, Russia poisons you, if not directly, then it poisons your soul, so it's quite dangerous. And here I'd like to wrap up, and although I know that you are very realistic, but well, some of the signals I was getting from you were quite pessimistic, and the future sounded quite grim.
No. It's pessimistic only if we will not take care about the situation. If we will behave the same as it is. So why I am trying to be a little bit more alarming in front of the possible outcomes if we will be not active and not reacting appropriately.
And I believe that we will manage to make use of this crisis and flip it into the opportunity to create a new security architecture which would be more fair and more secure for this region as well, and that the forthcoming NATO summit will be a success and not a...
We always did. How much it will cost us, but we always did. So I hope that it will be more optimistic.
Okay, thank you. On this positive note, let me thank the President for a wonderful speech. And I was asked by the organizers to invite all of you to the rooftop party at our partner headquarters, which is TransferGo. So I think that there will be more direction. Where it is exactly? It's Palangor Street 4. Yes, good. So you are also invited. Okay, thank you.
So just to say that the rooftop party isn't here, okay? That's happening over there.
You're always welcome to Vilnius.
I wish, but I do hope that you do toast Dalia, and I hope that you are invited to the NATO summit, Dalia, because you'd be a power to open up that conversation. Colleagues, thank you. But whilst we haven't got a rooftop, we've got this lovely terrace, but we've got drinks upstairs for you. So don't worry. Whilst they're going to a rooftop terrace, we've got drinks upstairs for you, those of you who are able to stay. Thank you all very much. You've been a lovely audience. Really, you have. And the fact that you've shown us proud that you've actually asked questions. We've got 2 questions in Vilnius. Not that I'm actually competing in any way. No, it's been a joy. Colleagues, when my colleagues, we've got a very young team. And that's not about being ageist or youthist. When our program manager and others said, let's do a co-located thing, in Vilnius and here, I just wanted to kind of die. I thought, oh my God, it's going to be hell. And they said, no, it's going to work. So this is the first time we have held this summit in this way. Forget the nerves and the amount of vodka martinis I've personally had in terms of making sure that does not going to pot. But it's worked, I hope you agree. And it's something that we just need to work on. But I think being able to create the reach from Brussels to other parts of Europe and the world is a good thing. Thank you all for being with us. Stay here for the drink. The last thing I want to say to you is those of you who are interested in our work on women, peace, security, please sign up. This is going to be a year where we launch this work. We're going to create a women's thought leadership network, and we're really going to take it to heart. And it's not just fine words. We're going to create a network of super women from across the world and really make sure that we're able to generate also discussions from experts in the field. And it's not just politicians. We're looking at the whole ecology of where women sit in the women, peace, security structure of the world and in Europe. And we want to be able to really work on that in a serious manner. So please do, those of you who are interested, please speak to my colleagues or me directly. Thank you all. Take care. And that's it. Look after yourselves. And drinks are upstairs.